Hello everyone, how are we doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm Wardy, joined by Ellie today. Might have seen on the pre-stream cameras. She's still here, aren't you? You did walk away, but you came back. Just in case there's any hope of additional food on offer. You get a link to my status music playlist. I just use different stations off of the Pretzel app. So if you want to check that out, just called Pretzel. I use all sorts of different stations on it. I don't use one in particular anymore. Hello, hello. Alrighty guys, so hello, welcome. Hope you're all doing well. Just try and shift forward without running at least a foot over. It is another day of SE2. And we're diving on into more games. More Warditv Korean Royale. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting one because DRG couldn't be here today, and I was like, oh yeah, that's fine, I'll just reschedule matches. I said that before I realized that DRG literally plays in 4 of the series today. So we're -4 matches, but then actually only -3 because DRG did pre-play one of them, but then actually only -2 because we moved a series from a different day into today. So the schedule's a little bit different to what it originally was. If you looked at the schedule earlier on in the week or so, for today, it's a little bit different. But that's okay because we will just still have some good games. And the Wikipedia is now up to date, so if you go on the bracket, you will see today's match order and everything. We are once again live on Twitch and on YouTube, which is exciting. And I've learned just how important it is to get likes on the YouTube stream. So if you guys want to help us out right from the very start, if you're watching on YouTube, hit that like button. I'm going to do it right now. Hang on, I'm going to mute myself so I don't end up talking myself. But I'm going to show you right now just how easy it is. Look, I'm going to, go do it myself. Look, I wouldn't expect you guys to do it if I don't do it myself. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to turn this 2 into a 3. And you get a nice little multicolored thumbs up. How does that look? Beautiful, right? So if you guys want to help that number go up, if we can hit 100 likes, apparently that's really good. So do that. I will give you guys on Twitch the link to the YouTube channel and so the YouTube stream if you want to go check it out and help us with a like. Like I said, it genuinely does help. So, yeah. There you go. You guys can see all that happen. Isn't that exciting? Beautiful stuff. Alrighty, guys. So you guys can check that out if you're on the YouTube. Thank you so much for watching that if you do. Otherwise, we are pretty much ready to begin. Cool. So, guys, we're going to get this started. We're going to start the day off with Bunny versus Solar. That's going to be our first best of 3 today. We'll get this way in just a second. Just getting this ready to rumble in full. We'll be able to go. Just doing a final couple of checks here and there. All right, awesome. Let's do this thing, guys. Let's party on. let's jump into our first matchup. It's going to be Solar versus Bunny to start the day off. Sorry for a little bit of a haphazard start. I'm still, I did message a bunch of the players about the new schedule and stuff, and they've not replied, so I'm like trying to do like a triple check to maybe see if I can make sure players are going to show up today, but we'll just run with it no matter what. I also have a Twitch bounty to do on the stream later once we finish up the Starcraft 2. This one's fun. It's PUBG. It's PUBG Classic. I used to play PUBG a lot, and we actually streamed it a fair amount as well, so it's actually a pretty fun bounty for us on the stream. So excited for that to come about a little bit later on. I know some people will genuinely be interested in that compared to some of the bounties that we do, so that's cool. As we get into our day of games, let's start it all off in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone with the blue Zerg player. This, to start off today's Korean Royale action, is going to be Solar. Currently 1-1 in the group. His first day of games in Group B was an 0-2 against Creator and a 2-1 against Jim, so not the greatest of starts. So would like to right some wrongs today. He will play take on Bunny now, and he will play Byun a little bit later as well, as long as that message got through to him and he knows to be here. As in the bottom left, our red Terran player, it is going to be one of the two Terrans today. You will see with the letters B, Y, U, and N in the name. This one arranges them in such a way that he's called Bunny, and he is currently 2-1 in the group. He beat Byun, he lost a hero but took a map, and he beat Jim. So in a pretty good place to start off with, actually. That's obviously really cool to see Bunny already kind of having a decent start to the group. It'll be exciting to see how he can continue in the group, see if he can really continue to kind of push the envelope a little bit and continue to be a real contender. That's going to be very exciting as well. So do check. We got excited for Bunny. Bunny in general has always been, in my eyes, a very fun player. Always really enjoyed watching Bunny play and seeing the different styles he brings to the table. He can be such an aggressive player as well, so just a really, like I say, entertaining, fun player to have in, having the tournament. Very excited to see what he's going to bring in the TVZ. Like I say, he's already 2-1 in the group. One of the players to have already played 3 matches. As usually in Korean Royale, we have players to play 2 matches a day, but because there's a few different things going on, GSL, a bunch of players are in China right now for Stars War offline tournament that happens tomorrow. So a lot of that is kind of interrupting the typical Warditv Korean Royale scheduling. So we're seeing some days players are playing 3 matches or 4 matches even, etc., etc. So it's just a little bit different as our Overlord coming across, and we're actually going to start seeing a Reaper moving over. The builds have been extremely normal, so nothing to point out there just yet. As that Reaper goes through the center, past the Watchtower, and just going to get to the upper right in the next couple of moments. Grenade goes down, a couple of Lings will be taking some shots, and we do have our Reaper continue to fight back here. Lings continue to go back and forth, and we have our factory popping out here from Bunny as well, so let's continue through. The Queen will fire up, the Reaper will take some more hits as well. It's going to be a little grenade, and that is going to pop the Queen over the side. Link speed coming through. Drones, Queen, all of that coming up here for the moment as our Reaper gets back onto this 3rd hatchery. And we'll start to kind of ping away at it. So damage being done. Obviously not really going to be a lot of damage off the Reaper, but it counts, it might add up to something a bit further down the line. As this Reaper will get just nudged a bit further along. And our Link speed again coming through. Starport on the way from Bunny. He is going to play the double gas and not a 3cc, so it's not going to be the most economic build from our Terran player, but he will be a little bit more pressure focused, which, to be honest, kind of just matches up with how Bunny typically likes to play anyway, so I would say that seems fairly normal. That seems very on brand for Bunny. I mean, not to say he can't play a 3cc, he will do so because you kind of have to be able to play a 3cc in TVZ. If you don't play a 3cc, then you're way too predictable. If the Zerg never has to consider that you could be going triple command center, the builds that they can do instead just keep them in such a good place, in such a good position. So you've always got to be able to mix it up, but to me it's Bunny that will absolutely embrace the possibility of being a bit more aggressive early in the game, of being a bit more out on the map, and just trying to find some damage like this as he goes up and bops a couple Queens around. Nothing really to be gained, though. And those Queens are going to be able to stand fairly strong for the moment. A couple more Hellions still popping out. A Viking is going to come flying through as well. And that's going to be just all of these initial kind of 1-1-1 units just pouring out of the Terran main base. So everything coming through. Viking will be used to help kill off an Overlord here and get rid of that from the equation. And just take that one down as a few Hellions and a Reaper continue to sit out in the center. Depot is up at the front here from Bunny as well. And that Viking continues to fly on through. A couple of Hellions are going to head across, taking the watchtower as they go. The Queens gather up. And the Hellions just going to go back up around to the top side. Creep spread will continue to spread up through the top. 7 more drones are building, and these Hellions would like to try and get into the natural, but a little bit scary. There are Lings nearby to try and slow that down. There are obviously Queens there as well, so just looking to hold that off as best we can. There's a few more Marines coming now. The +1 attack upgrade coming through on the engineering bay. The Hellions going to try and get up this ramp again. Grenade goes off. Queens are going to get a couple of shots towards them. Again, just trying to warn this away for the moment as we have the evolution chambers from Solar continuing to build and just get those going. Extra drones all coming up. The Lings are on the way. Overload in production as well. Bringing through a little bit of everything still for the moment. There's +1 combat shields building. And this does look as though Bunny's sticking to the 2 bases, obviously. 5 barracks, single engineering bay. A lot of telltale signs of a 2-base Terran as Hellions will try and just scoop up a couple of Ling kills. The more Lings you get rid of, the better off you're going to be moving across the map. Less Lings to counterattack you, less Lings to morph into Banes and just generally be there as part of the defense. And Solar is obviously playing fairly blind. The initial Overlord did get killed without seeing anything at all, remember, from that Viking. So he saw the Viking, he's seen the Hellions. Has he seen anything to realize, like, hey, I'm in a little bit of trouble here? I don't think so. Melee upgrades first. Baneling Nest only just now coming down with the lair to line up for Bane speed. You're going to need Banelings kind of now already, though, because the creep spread starts to fall. And Bunny begins a bit of a push. A Link counterattack might be successful as there's not a lot over here. You can see a single Marine getting caught, so actually now we know Bunny should be able to start responding. Brings the tank back, so gets ready for that run by. As we do have more Marines, Hellions, the Viking, all gathering up and heading into the upper right-hand side, so we will continue to push this forward. These few Marines coming down this ramp as well. Going to chase around a few Zerglings and just push those away as well for now, as our Bio will stim up this ramp. It's going to be another tank sieging nearby. And, well, the Link's still falling. The Queen's still taking damage. We have ourselves Banelings now finishing at the very least, but the tanks will continue to take locations here, and the tank's definitely able to put in some work. Once more, we have a Link counterattack. And, oh, I think that's a mistake how we handle this. I don't think we should have let those Lings in. He could have picked up the tank and just brought the, raised the depot and basically walled off. But he has to pay attention on the other side of the map as well. He is getting rid of a lot of the Banelings. Again, without Baneling speed, it's going to be very difficult here for the Zerg to fight it. A lot of these Banes going down. We do lift up. Reinforcements show up, so not all of them are shut down by that Link counterattack either. And it does look better and better here for Bunny, as Solar just does not seem as though he can hang on to this. It looks as though Bunny will continue to work his way through this hatch and just going to keep on pressing forwards. GG is called, and Bunny is going to grab himself a game number 1 victory off of the 2-base commitment. So Bunny is going to deliver here early on, and he's going to grab himself that first game of the best of 3. So Bunny will net himself a little advantage, and we'll be heading into Amphion for game number 2 of this series in a couple of moments, so we'll get this underway. Get this started in. Obviously, we'll just have to invite everyone, so give me 1 moment. We'll be good to go. I can't remember how many people we had in the lobby before. I think it was 5. You're gonna reach level 25 to down the raid sponsorship to support? Hell yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for checking out the game. Thank you for supporting the stream by doing so. That sponsorship is still active for another couple of weeks, guys, if you want to support the stream for free. Raid Shadow Legends. You guys know Raid Shadow Legends. You've heard of it 100 times before. But if you didn't check it out, you could do so for free with !raid in the Twitch chat. Chat a couple guys on the YouTube chat as well. Kangaroo, thank you for what you do. Feeding me SC2 games. It's the best meal. Hell yeah. Appreciate it. And Julian in agreement with that as well. Thanks so much, guys. Enjoy the action today, as I think this is our last caster we got to get in this lobby. Nope, we need 1 more as well. Just missed 1 on the bottom of the list. I'll get this going in a second, though. Alright, we got 6 casters. That's what I need to remember. 6, 6, 6. Put it in my head. And then I'll know whether I've got everyone or not. As we dive into Amphion for game number 2 of this best of 3. Here in the Warditv Korean Royale, guys. Again, fresh action a day in the Korean Royale. As it's the final matches of the Korean Royale for this week, and then we'll be back next week with a couple more matches. A couple more days of action. Of course, next week World Team League and Kung Fu Cups are back as well, though, so it's a little bit more sporadic next week. It's not 4 days straight as we've had this week so far. As on the top left-hand side, looking to reset the series in the top left-hand corner. The blue Zerg player from Vitality is Solar. In the bottom left, our red Terran player taking the first game off the 2-base attack. His opponent not really expecting it. Nets him a fairly... I mean, it wasn't a simple win because he had to deal with counterattacks and so on, but put him in a good position for sure. It's Bunny. He is looking to obviously expand on his position in his group. Currently 2-1. A win today will put him 3-1. That's in a very good place to pretty much make playoffs, unless you get really screwed over on map score. So things are looking up for Bunny already here this season of the Korean Royale. This is the first season he's participated in. He was not playing a lot of online tournaments last year when we first started these up. And he did not play in the qualifier for Season 2. And he did play in the qualifier for Season 3. He did not get in initially. But we did give him the invite, as Terran was the least represented race in the tournament. And he was one of the players who made it the furthest in the qualifiers, so and it made sense to get Bunny on the invite list alongside Ryung. They were the 2 final invites replacements for Maru, who turned down his invite this season, and Estrella, who's no longer in Korea, or playing on the Korean server as a home server. He's back in America. SCV heading up to the top left-hand side, and it's going to be moving over there. And Reaper Command Center coming up from Bunny as well, so we're just bringing all of that through. Hatchery is going to finish on the natural expansion. Couple queens, handful of lings coming through. The Reaper will continue up to the top. And the Reaper just going to pop back down. Well, obviously Reaper just going to poke about a little bit. No surprises there. The SCV standing nearby, just watching for the possibility of a third hatch location being taken. So just keeping our eyes on those options as that Zergling speed continues to come through on the spawning pool. And Reaper is going to come up once again. A little grenade action. Going to push that creep tumor back just a little bit. And would have been nice to grab it. Of course, up the ramp, it's very difficult to get rid of this creep tumor. So not really going to see too much contest on it, but that's usually the goal of an early game Reaper. As we actually do get a kill out on the right-hand side. Nice snag as the lings will sit back on. Oh, it was actually a drone that he got. So he got the drone that wanted to be the third base. My apologies. That's actually a pretty great snag, then, getting rid of that drone. Pretty huge deal as the Reaper just get forced out by the Queen. We actually mine the minerals on the left side to get a drone over here and to build the left side hatchery, which is a little bit of a different approach for sure. Not quite what you'd usually expect to see. There's that Queen. Oh my goodness. Very nearly gets the Reaper, and the Reaper wants to get the creep tumor. It was so close, but couldn't justify one more shot. It's not worth losing the Reaper over, and I think he's right. If he stuck around any longer, one more shot would have done it. Cloaking coming up. Hellions are on the way. Oh, a couple of Hellions and a Reaper coming up this right-hand side and getting towards the upper left. There's the Banshee, the Hellions, the Cloaking, all coming through. A very typical set of upgrades currently from our Terran. And this time, Solar's Overlord gets all the way through the main base. So he's going to see the third command center. He's going to see absolutely everything else that's going on. So the information really is good for him right now. He gets a lot of info to work with, and he should be pretty happy with that. What's the prize pool? $7,000 for this season of Warditv Korean Royale. A little bit of a downgrade from last season. Probably going to be our final one of $5,000 plus. We are in a state of having to scale back events a little bit this year, most likely. And we are out of Korean Royale crowdfunding that we propped up a bit of last year. Hellions moving in around in the center. Armory is building from Bunny as well, giving him a chance to move into some Hellbats, perhaps. That means Hellbat Banshee as the opening of the bag of 3cc, so you've got the economy, but they're still going to be pretty committed to these harassing units and hoping that they can come through to get a fair amount done. A lot of Hellions over on that far right-hand side. A couple of engineering bays and barracks still coming up as our Hellions are going to come moving through. Like I say, they can move into Hellbats, the potential to do a lot of damage here. Bane Nest not ready. Queens going to have to start joining up together right now, unless they might be in trouble. So those Hellbats are going to get active and going to start moving through. I mean, the Queens obviously do survive for a long time. The Banshee trying to get up to the top and just deny the mineral line. Forces those drones to peel away. The Hellbats are going to get pushed back. The next Banshee got pushed back as well, hurting quite a bit there. Now the single Banshee up top is still absolutely causing a little bit of concern. Causing some trouble there as our 1-1 upgrades and Stimpak continue through. The Hellbats are going to get back onto this base on the right side. So fourth base coming up is going to be in a bit of trouble, but in general, Solar has defended against this. He has been able to do what he needs to put himself in a strong enough position early on. Going to give him a good, comfortable hold. The hatchery going to come down there in a couple of moments. Get this set up on the 12 o'clock position as Queens continue to play the chasing game. Hellbats getting pushed all the way out over to the far right side. Couple more Hellbats going down. Still got some Ling Bane coming through the center as well. As we have +1 melee, the Baneling speed coming up, a whole bunch of additional Lings coming out as well, so a lot of setup being made as the Ling Bane comes and tackles into these few Hellbats. Going to be a cleanup there, so it's going to have that all sorted. And you still see 1-1 melee upgrades coming through. The Baneling speed is coming up also. Again, looking pretty good across the board in that regard. As our Banshee of Bunny will be continuing back down to the south. Marine Tank just going to be coming up the left-hand side. That's the 1-1 combat shield going to be finishing soon. Marine Tank going to press forwards there, and we'll have the tank sieging. We're just going to have our Marine starting to nip through that set of rocks. So Bunny, obviously the thing is with Bunny as well is he didn't, it wasn't a completely committed attack because it was off of the 3 bases anyways, so he was already in a pretty good spot. As we are going to see a few Banes here going to get nabbed at. That's actually pretty painful. A lot of Banelings just going down for free already is really an issue. That's absolutely adding up to be a little bit of a problem as Marines will continue to fight. Queens and Hydras going to try and fight back. A bit of a back and forth will happen, and we do see a Baneling going down again. Bunny just having the 1-1 from the very start of this, an upgrade lead. As more Ling Bane Hydra wants to come in from the top side. Tank shot firing away, more of the Ling Bane taking hits. A Spore Crawler taking some damage as well. Tanks in good positions here around the corners and on the edges. Hard to reach them, and it gives the tanks as much time as possible to potentially hit Banelings. Every Baneling pack that you hit is going to be less Banelings to reach the Marines, and the Marines can just stand there and deal damage for longer. In general, Solo has pushed this back, but supplies are already evening out, which is a good sign for Bunny. And Bunny's a little bit ahead on 2-2 as well, so there's a timing window he can maybe take advantage of there as well. The extra Bane's morphing in, the Marines coming back over in towards the center. We got ourselves a couple Overlords. Some nice picks on those. As the Medivacs still continue back over to the far right-hand side. Yeah, okay, I mean, Bunny has a lot of reinforcements, and so the thing you might want to do here is actually these units may stay over here. because he can really start to stretch this map out left to right, because now Solo's taking this left base, he's already got the far right base. It's going to start becoming more of a problem. We actually just got rid of a few drones. Tank Medevac still gathering together. Medevac's Marines tanks going to continue to join up. We are going to scan forward. Those group jimmers will be going down. Look down Hive, continue to play, and we just have our Marines just going to continue to pull back here. Tanks firing, and just going to be seeing our Marines still pulling back further. Tanks will continue to shoot away at this Lingbane army. Dane's taking a lot of shots. Overseer gets knocked down overhead. Continue to come through. A few more of those Banelings getting knocked down also. Our 2-2 melee upgrades are building on the side of Solar, bringing those up. Bane Hydra all coming through. The Lurker Den is about to finish. Hive is about to be done. Solar is one of the absolute kings at surviving until Lurkers, and when Lurkers are out, the game just turns on its head. He needs to do that right now, because this is a moment where surviving is a necessity, but he just can't seem to win a fight. This was horrible for him. None of the Banelings connected on Marines, and so Bunny is just going to break through and win out. Not just game 2, but that means he wins the series, so it's a very, very good win for Bunny right at the start of the day. Bunny is going to have another win on his belt, and that's going to put him currently, I think, more or less top of Group... yeah, I guess everyone else has only really played 2 in Group B, so he's going to be 3-1 in Group B, in a great position for the moment. That is incredible. Well, Bunny absolutely popping off so far, as that does round out our first matchup. Now, guys, we did have a little bit of a mix-up on matchups that are going to happen today. Our next match going is going to be Byun versus Creator. So we're going to get that ready to go. So we're going to get that ready to go. Then we're going to have Creator versus Jim, Byun versus Jim, and then Byun versus Solar, DRG versus Bunny. That's going to be our list of matches today, guys. Again, it's not going to be a ton of games. Again, apologies for that. Simply just the way that's turned out with a player not being able to be here, and unfortunately a player that's had a lot of games to play. Yeah, just waiting for the videos to come through, guys. So I'm just going to throw our first video out there. I'll wait for Creator to follow. Stoked to have some games tonight. Hell yeah. Yeah, like I say, to be honest, we only actually originally had 7 matches anyway, I believe, and we still have 6. Just 6 best of 3s can be so quick. Sometimes it wasn't yesterday because we ended up with some downtime and stuff, but yeah, 6 best of 3s can be so speedy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we do have 6 today. We'll have some of those other DRG matches pushed back to another time, guys. Probably next week at some point. As we have a couple moments waiting for some videos to come through. What are you doing, the Lord's work, the Korean Royale? Hell yeah, glad you're enjoying it. Thanks for dropping by today. Again, if you're watching on the YouTube stream, the most important thing you can do is to go and give the video a like. We have over 100 people watching on YouTube. I'm going to talk about the like button until we have 100 likes on the stream. So if you want me to shut up about it, you can hit the like button, and then I'll shut up about it even sooner, because the sooner we get to 100 likes, the sooner I'm just like, stop. And on Twitch, you guys don't have any jobs on Twitch. You guys just sit there and chitter-chatter. YouTube is the one with all the jobs today, okay? YouTube is the one with all the jobs, as we are just awaiting. Waiting game number 1 of this to get sorted out. Videos are coming in. Golden Aura, Ghost River, Amphion videoed so far. Do, 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 do. Hey, a couple more videos have come through. Crimson Court Dynasty coming in. You liked it. I deserve it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Like I say, it's wild, but hitting the like button really does help. And then at least, and the sooner the likes go up, the more quickly people find the stream. So they find the stream before it ends. YouTube's crazy, man. See, on Twitch, there's just no discoverability anyways. So it doesn't matter what you do. On Twitch, you just have to hope you have viewers already. Kind of funny. Post Youth going to be map number 1 of this best 3, guys. Just hosted on Taiwan. Give me a sec to reset that. There we go. Post Youth coming up for map number 1 of this best 3 between Creator and Byun. Alright, get Creator in here. We had 6 casters, so we're still gonna have 6 casters as well. Remember that. Who was it that popularized the 8/10 Reaper with BC follow-up? That every Terran in their Great Granny is doing at the moment? I haven't seen anyone go 10 Reapers into BC. That sounds like a youth thermal build, if anything, though. Reapers into battle cruisers. It just ticks all of the boxes. Players are ready. Let's start up on Post Youth for our second series of the day in today's Warditv Korean Royale action. We're going into Post Youth as we mentioned. Getting this up and running. Get this rolling in just a sec. Get this underway. As we have got ourselves in the top right hand corner of the map, the blue Protoss player to open up this series is going to be Creator. And in the bottom left, our red Terran, we have ourselves Byun. Second match of the day, trying to cut out all the downtime and just keep things moving, guys. As that gas comes up, our depot comes through, probe is on the way. Obviously, Post Youth interesting with this in-base expansion option. Pretty much everyone does take that. We'll see if anyone utilizes that as a way to kind of power up very greedily, if they 2-base off of it. Feels like there are possibilities. Not much is for sure. Getting the gas both coming in. Just see our barracks continuing up. Probe and the SCV coming about as well. So far, everything looking so good. Once again, we just have this barracks is about to finish, and we have a Reaper starting up as well. Cybercore is on the way down. And the Nexus starts on that left-hand side, so we get this up and running as well. Well, the probes is going to hop into the assimilators. We do see the factory coming up, reactor coming through. Refinery coming up as well. We have our Reaper coming up the right-hand side. Reaper will hop into the high ground. The Adept coming over to push Reaper back, and the Twilight Council is about halfway done at the moment, so getting that Twilight Council through. Nexus will be Chrono boosting out a few more probes, getting as many of those up as we possibly can as well. The more of those, the happier we typically tend to be. Alright, Pizza, how you doing? Thanks so much for the 14-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for using the Prime on the channel. Reaper is causing trouble for Creator, man. Comes around, gonna get a probe, looking for another. Adept just about gets there to play cleanup. As you see, Blink on the way. I swear I hosted this with GameHard, but apparently not, so apologies guys, will not have workers killed on the side of the screen or anything for this map. Honestly, I don't know how this happens. I think sometimes on the Korean server, it takes a moment to load the mods, and so when I click what I usually click anyways, I like click too quickly, and so the mod isn't loaded before I create the lobby or so. It's weird. I feel like we go through phases of this happening. It's definitely been happening the last few days. That comes up the right side. Couple of wooden mines coming over. Medevac hangs out over the sides again. Banshee and Cloaking coming up. The Blink on the way through. Our third Nexus Creator goes down onto the low ground as well. Banshee still coming out. Cloak coming by. Engineering Bay producing through as well. So just getting a bit of everything on the go. The Robo Bay will also be building as our Blink finishes very shortly. Water mines hanging out on the right side. This Banshee of Byun gonna make a bit of a play. Just gonna come up the left, so we'll be looking to utilize the Banshees to try and get something done in these early stages. Byun wanting to find early aggression, wanting to find early damage, it seems. Is kind of on his list of things to get done early on in this series. Well, the Banshee shows up on the left and is going to fly into the half-blue, half-gold base. Going to start hitting a couple of probes here, and there's no defense from Kratos, so 2 workers go down quickly. And there's going to be a third on the gas as well, so that's going to be a good set of kills, considering the Banshee has not yet taken damage. To kind of just get in like this, get some damage and get out, obviously works very well. I think we'll be pretty happy with that as a starting point. Banshee will also find a pylon to pick away at, so it's actually going to be able to keep itself busy as well. And it's going to be able to just chip through that pylon for the next few moments, so we'll do exactly that. Pylon taking some shots, starting to go down. That's going to be the denial right there, so Banshee is indeed going to drop the pylon. Honestly, pretty good start from Byun. A few probes, a pylon, and both Banshees are full of HP, healthy to go, and can act as a distraction as this army gets set up to come across the map at the same time. And maybe this combination will turn out to be potentially kind of deadly. I mean, there's definitely potential here for this, right? Storm's coming around the back, going to pick off a couple of units that were reinforcing still. The Banshees are up in the main base, and they are having a field day, so they're getting a load of work done. We're now 14 workers down in this game as creator. I think it's fair to say he's definitely having a bad time of it. Definitely has not been the prettiest of games for him, as we're going to stim forward here and try and chase a few more Stalkers down. Let's try and pick up a few of those. The Stalkers are going to continue running here as the bio will continue through, and yeah, definitely has been a good start from Byun. Byun, who is absolutely looking good in this TVP at the moment. Colossus comes back over. Debs and the Immortal gather up as well. Plus one attack coming through. Extended Thermal Lamps coming in. Vikings and Marauders all coming up, and again, +2, +1. Building from Byun, so his upgrades also looking good. He's already got a +1 advantage. He's going to look to maintain that with his double upgrades. Ghost Academy coming through, just everything you could possibly need for now. Extra gates coming about, our Ghost Academy coming online. Biomedevac. Going to be back out over the right side. There's going to be an observer overhead here. Might be something we want to try and chew through as extra gates come up on the main base. Scanning about, and this army of Creator. Don't think it's in trouble right now. I think Byun has done a lot to put himself in a good position, but I don't think he's just going to suddenly stim into this army and it's just going to end like that. Just poke a little bit over here, but the Colossus turns it around. I don't think there's overly so much we can get done just yet. Just to attack. +2 armor on the way. Like I said, the upgrades are definitely continuing to power through on the side of Byun. So you will have some very good upgrades whenever the fights do happen. Gets rid of a set of rocks here. I'm just going to come over the left-hand side and we will have the potential to knock through a couple of others. What day did this tournament start? This started on the on Tuesday was day number 1, Wednesday day 2, and yesterday day 3, today day 4, and we'll be on break for a few days after this, and then we'll be back Tuesday and Thursday next week for more Green Royale action as Vikings on a little bit of a move about. Shooting, Stalker's taking shots, Vikings gonna come in overhead. Yep, rid of a medevac. Big stim forward, super battery activating early. Byun just says not super eager to kind of attack into the super battery and the defensive split that you get going, so Byun just gonna fall back down to the bottom left hand side. Back away from here for the moment. CC is still going to move across and into position. He's just going to take his own 4th base then. +2 armor still coming up. Say we're going to be a full set of armor, well, 2 armor upgrades ahead from Byun, so that will definitely be an advantage. No armor means that this Boros army might just die way quicker than you expected to. These elves already melting here as they kind of wander into a little bit of a choke point with that missile turret. Big stim, and we start to commit forward. Byun wants to chase this down. That means Creator's going to be sat running. Sat running doesn't really make sense, but he's going to be caught running, I suppose. I like this from Byun. Moves the Vikings in position to deal with a potential prism. That could be very annoying at this point. Vikings will move forwards. We'll see the Dark Shrine, the Robo Facility still coming up. Nexus on the way, +3 attack starting as well. And that Storm is going to be another tool for Creator, so puts himself into a bit of a better position there. These Zards start getting picked up, cleaned out. We actually do have a little bit more Zealot action warping into this base as well, so that's going to come through. Into this main we go. I'm going to get rid of quite a few of these SCVs. So Prism down. There will be no more Zealots than what's already out. But yeah, we get rid of quite a few SCVs. And Byun is caught right there. There's now some Zealots run into the natural as well. The low ground expand or past the gold too. So just trying to also find opportunities, but nothing found on that. As Byun's defense is definitely become a little bit more steady across the board. Storm is about to finish. +3 is halfway done. The bio will come up top and it's going to begin to unload onto the base. But we also have access into this in-base, so huge draw. Going to force a recall. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure if that's the sort of recall you kind of sit around to find out about. And do lift back up, unload to the low ground, pushing with the main army up here as well. Uh-oh. It is going to be a little bit all, out of sorts, basically, as this is absolutely a dead 5th base. That's not even a 5th base, right? That's base 6. It's actually base 7, top left as well, which I don't even think Byun realizes how quickly Creator's been expanding here. Byun does find this base now. I mean, these nexus are very losable for Creator. Byun's only on 4 bases himself. I don't think it's the end of the world for Creator to be losing these bases. He is expanding bottom right at the same time. SCVs will go chasing the Zealot. Zealot going to be surrounded. It's going to get taken out. The rest of the bio coming through, and a couple of probes starting to go down. Storm comes in. Bio taking a few more shots. Probes taking damage as well. We'll have a Bio Force coming over. Zell going to get picked off. The Adept will be in trouble very soon too. We sit here with the Bio Force up top. Thinking about what it wants to try and get done next. The Vikings come around that left-hand side. DTs do go escaping away as well. That Bio Army continues to collect into the center. Forge still chrono boosting up a shield upgrade. Bringing that through as well. The hallucination will pop out. Vikings and the Medivacs continue to come around this bottom side then, and we are going to turn that up towards the center now. Split across a whole bunch of separate bases. Nicholas is taking a lot of shots. Zald's going to get shot down. I'm going to see the Bioforce coming back through, aiming towards this right-hand side base. Cannon going to go down already. Disruptors will continue to fire forward. Cells a big push in. You're only in some of the disruptor shots because you're pushing into this choke point. You're really trying to force the issue. Now EMPs come down as the super battery gets denied with... Oh, actually, it's still powered. I didn't realize. I thought it was denied with that pylon going down, but not the case. Both players kind of losing chunks of the army. There's an army up over here as well, which has been trading. This High Templar apparently couldn't get enough of it, so will give itself up, wandering forwards when it was just unnecessary. There's now a Bio turns. Stalkers went down. The Archon falls. DTs are dying. Additional Stalkers warping in. Disruptor shot there will land on a few SCVs. Another Disruptor shot going to land on the Ghost and a bit of Bio. Raider still trying to press forward as the Vikings will just sit here. The Storms are good. There was a Disruptor that went off that did get denied just before it hit dead center on so much of this army. Another great set of EMPs in this. Protoss force is going to be kept at bay. Back and forth is continuing once again as we do once more commit through. A couple Liberators getting set up. 4 more of them in production. Advanced ballistics plus 3 ship weapons. All of that goodness continuing to come through for the moment. Things will fire. Storm comes down onto the Bio, and we do see the Liberators they're able to get some damage off here. I mean, there's only a couple of them, so it's not the end of the world to come pushing up through this, as Predator has just caught so many good trades in the last few moments. It's really felt like a game where Byun was in pretty decent position. And he just did not really do... I mean, to be fair, Creator just expanded like crazy. And Byun has just not been able to find a good fight recently, as now the end of this fight's looking pretty good for Byun. He's down 15 workers, but this game is going to settle a little bit. This is not going to be quite as much of a runaway scenario as it was seeming to be. Byun has 44 workers to the 60. 90 to 70 army supply, favoring Creator. And Creator should still be in the better position, but he could still mess up a fight. Nothing is a guarantee just yet, as those Liberators are packing punches as well. You've run into a set of Libs, and that could absolutely be the wrong fight. So Byun has ways to stay alive. Creator tries to come around. Pushing forwards, Agosi unfortunately is in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was going to say, throw your EMP, buddy. Do something before you go down. Wasn't meant to be. The Liberator is going to try and siege up into the center again. Libs continue to get the siege. 5 more Stalkers in production. Liberator Bio is going to come through from Byun, as we have done with more stuff on the production tab just in general. Creator pushing forwards though, and Byun is also getting to be low medevac energy and fairly low HP on some of his units as well, so that's definitely becoming a problem as well. Obviously the lower HP units, the lower energy medevacs, if you can't keep stuff alive, that will continue to be an issue for you. Shot here fires through EMPs all across the army. You don't have anything that really shuts down the Colossus. If we had like a handful of Vikings here, I'd be so much more of a believer than what we are at the moment. Because at least then you can knock down the Colossus. Maybe then the Bioforce can fight against the ground army. It's those Colossus that seem so difficult to get through at the moment. Disruptor comes up that ramp. The Bio has to keep on dodging away. We turn around, we get rid of a Disruptor. The Stalkers are still firing. I think this is Byun just falling apart. Don't think he has a way to stand up against this any longer, as he'll try his best. And again, if the Colossus weren't there, I might be a believer. But with the Colossus in play, GG. And Creator is going to take game 1. As in this group, by the way, Creator was one of the players undefeated in day 1, so he's 2-0, looking to go 3-0 with a win over Byun. Creator's putting himself in a great position. Byun is 0-2 in this group, by the way, as well, so really not the kind of day if you want, if you're a Byun fan, to see Byun losing even more games. That's really something quite disastrous for you as we go into Site Delta for game number 2 here. Yeah, that's a very important one for Byun. To try and get back on track. He is not having a great season of the Korean Royale thus far. And he's got some difficult opponents still to play as well. Like he still has Hero to play, Sola, Raynor. It doesn't really get easier for Byun, so he needs to start turning this around, like, probably in this series, if he wants a good chance of advancing through to Korean Royale playoffs this season. So obviously maybe quite the ask is... I just started the game with Crank in the player slot instead of Creator. That ain't gonna do it. Try that one again. Alright, players are ready. All the fixes are in place. We're able to get going into this game number 2, guys. Byun and Creator, second map coming up right now. Let's get this underway and see what happens as we go into Site Delta. And Byun is trailing in the series. This tournament has had a lot of 2-1 results so far. Would love to see a 2-1 here. Not just because I'm a Byun fan, because we don't have that many matches today. So a few 2-1s would absolutely not go amiss today. That would be much appreciated. So, I don't know. If you can bring it back, Byun, that would be cool. He is the Red Terran player in the top left-hand side, and he's the man you want to cheer for if you want to see even more games of StarCraft 2 in this series. He needs to win one to tie it up 1-1. As in the bottom right, our Blue Protoss player, defending and holding and waiting until the right army, until the right opportunities present themselves. It was a very patient game from him. Creator in the bottom right, I have to say, played a pretty darn solid defensive game, just waiting for, like I say, the correct opportunity to take advantage of it. Game at number 2. As far as the map goes, Site Delta is going to be a little bit more difficult to attack into bases of, I think, actually, than Post-Youth. Post-Youth, you kind of end up expanding the center, and the center of the map doesn't always necessarily kind of, you know, make it the easiest set of holds, but this is a map where, like I say, attacking into the third or fourth can be a bit tougher. That said, there is a bit more kind of like of a dynamic of how do you get to defending the third/fourth base. The bases are actually a fair bit spread out, so actually kind of being on location can be a bit tougher. Maybe that opens the door for some more drop play from Byun as well. I did feel like he was fairly successful the first 10 minutes or so of the game. Byun, he just kind of ran out of steam at some point. Pulls up into the main base. We do have our warp gate building through command center coming up, the factory coming online as well. We also see that Twilight Council building on the side of Creator, so building that Twilight Council into play. Starport will be on the way through. Twilight Council is going to be coming up in a moment. We do have the Adept shading about in the front. The Hellion and the Marines continue to come through a little bit as well. There's the Hellion. We'll be going for that Adept. It's going to take a few more shots. Blink still coming up as well. Medevac and Marines all coming out. SCVs are on the way. Everything pretty peaceful then for the first few moments. The gates and the robo. Obviously going to mean that we have that blink play fully in action. We can kind of just go from there. Hellion on the other side. We are going to see this medevac coming over, so it's aggression time from Byun. Try and find some damage with this medevac of units. I feel like Byun has actually had a lot of games lately where the start goes well, he finds some good initial harassment and what have you, and it just all falls apart deeper in the game where he just can't seem to close out a game from that kind of point on. I feel like that's happened to Byun a lot as of late, so maybe something for him to... I'm sure he is focused on fixing it in general, but in terms of today and right now, that might just be what he needs to try and, you know, get under wraps. Because I feel like he did have a good start. I mean, the Banshees did good damage and everything last time. He was genuinely in a pretty good position to start out with, right? Blink has finished up, and we have ourselves the medevac still flowing over. The Stalker coming through, the Templar Archives is coming up. All of that being brought into play here for now, as well as obviously the Templar Archives is something that's become so popular to bring into the game earlier and earlier as of late. Getting into that Storm upgrade and utilizing that as a way to just be so kind of stable through the mid game. I mean, Storm and stability doesn't really go together. The players are really figuring out that Storm is kind of hitting hard at the moment. The Terrans are not dealing with it very well, so yeah, a lot of people have been going into this. These Stalkers will find a couple of SCVs. The Raven is in position to maybe get some return hits on some probes. Something we can look for. Storm will begin to Chrono Boost on that Templar Archives, and a couple of tanks, Marines, the medevac, all moving out through to the center here. Nexus is about halfway done with a couple High Templars hanging about. We do have an Immortal still building as well. Stalker blinks back for the moment. Tanks moving forward as well. Stalkers will meet those. Looking back here, waiting for those High Templar to have Storm and Energy to cast the Storms. I mean, they're warped in soon enough to be building Energy. That's already a very good sign. So we actually get forwards. We get rid of the Adept. Now the Pylon and his Nexus in general are going to be in some trouble. This is not a super fast third base, so losing it feels pretty rough. And that's why Storm can be very flimsy and fickle. Now, if Storms hit here, these Marines can get obliterated. But if Storms miss, this could be very, very difficult. Well, okay, that's what you call that's what you call the Storms hitting, guys. When the Storms hit the Marines and they all disappear. And that was absolutely great Storms. The first, both two of them that we saw drop down, absolutely spot on. So much damage onto the Marines. So many of them get knocked out, then the tanks go down in the follow-up, and immediately here Creator may have a window to go across the map and deal some damage, because he just cleaned out a whole ton of Byun's army, and he does not have a third base. So getting across and testing the waters for some damage really would not be a bad plan at all. Would probably make a whole lot of sense. Wouldn't mind those go off. Our medevacs, bio units all coming through. Combat shield finishing very shortly as well. Ghost Academy is still coming up as a couple depots come by. The medevacs are building. Well, all things kind of come down to settling here as Byun will take his own third base. He's about 10 workers behind, which is perfectly normal for TVP. He's already getting Ghosts up, of course, because that's going to be his tech answer to those High Templar. Obviously, by going into Storm early, you do invite the Ghosts early, which is kind of a little funky because Ghosts are just typically very good against the Protoss army, so giving the Terran a good reason to commit to them super quickly can be like oh god, what am I doing? You know, now he can EMP my whole army. But you saw the power of the Storms, and if the Storms and High Templars can stay safe in the Prism, it doesn't matter what EMPs do to you. Like, you know, take the shields off all my Zealots and Stalkers, because if the Storms are forcing you back and you can't fight, then that's just not going to matter anyway, so that's one thing to be looking at as our bio is going to come through. Stalker's going to get turned around. The Observer floating in overhead. The Widow Mines will start to burrow up. Ghost Vikings +1 coming through. The Widow Mine already getting knocked down there. The rest of our bio coming over, and just going to find a few of those Stalkers already. Shot or so coming off at the moment. Building a couple more Vikings. The Zealot's still going up the left-hand side. We'll get a Widow Mine in the process. That was set off earlier, and well, the full Colossus switch is coming. Second Robo Facility even to make it a bit of a smoother process. And so Creators once more going to end up on all of this tech for a deeper stage of the game. Last game we kind of had Colossus, then Disruptors. This time we have Storm and Colossus. Storm and Disruptors usually fill a very similar role, which is that it's zone control. Whether that Disruptor shot goes, or wherever a Storm goes, the Terran has to move away from, split away from, move back from. And so they fill a very similar role. So in this case, it's going to be Colossus Storm. Obviously, they still work differently because Storm does damage over time, whereas a Disruptor is going to fire and kill anything in its area at that point. Storm's something that can usually chip down units, whereas the Disruptor is something which would more typically kind of, you know, catch a couple units or nothing at all. Coming through, just going to see a bunch of Zealots being chased away. Ghost Vikings, Racks all coming about, +1 ship weapons coming through. Send Thermal Lance is finishing shortly. Again, a couple of the Disruptors still coming out as well. We get our +2 attack on the way. +1 armor is coming through. And this Army Stalker Archon just sitting steady for the moment. Just another fairly, I wouldn't call it slow going. There's been action, right? But we're getting build up to these bigger armies again. Byun kind of didn't move back here soon enough. He's actually making the most of it, targeted down a couple of attackier units with that group of bio that was in trouble. And now, I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have units already moving over here, because obviously that little drop saw that this was coming, so this shouldn't have been a surprise to him. I thought that the units could have already been up towards the high ground unless he was just expecting something to happen. Still got the 2-2 going through, +1 armor is coming up. Disruptor Dark Shrine coming in. We have the Army of Creator pushing up the left-hand side again. Ready to come through. EMP's coming down to lead into this. Disruptor shot fires through. Ghost gets killed by the Disruptor. As we do have additional Stalkers warping in. I wonder if at this... We actually still have a few High Templar men. This army is becoming so complex to control, from the storms to the Disruptor shots. There's a lot of different things to be looking at here. A couple command centers is going to come popping through. 3 of them on the way up. A couple sensor towers are on the way as well. Just bringing a lot of that in for now. This Bioforce continues around the left-hand side, and it's going to come try and push forward a little bit. So looking to just try and get here, looking to try and deal some damage. The Bio continues over. Nexus gets shot down. Stalkers are still in some trouble. Shot fires through again. EMP comes out. The Vikings are still moving through. Disruptor lands for a couple of Marauders. And Nexus will start to take some shots. Disruptor getting picked off. Here we go, back and forth. Shots still coming by. 10 probes being killed, and his base obviously knocked down. Now we're going to try to dive into the main. Now the Stalkers are warping in here. Byun is going to start to drop. The storm comes in, and you can obviously kind of somewhat just back away from that. Warpins were not enough, and this is going to force more of a response from Creator, who is going to have to pull a little bit more over into position if he wants to do something about this. This Bio Army still firing up. Pylon going down. Going to get another Pylon. We're depowering a lot of gateways. This is just genuinely going to give Creator some issues reinforcing. I mean, that is the target right now from Byun. Creator's going to cross the map. He's going to initiate something of a base trade now. That's obviously a very late starting base trade from Creator. He's not going to have a lot of the advantages Protoss may typically have. Stalkers hitting. Vikings continue to drop. GC, this Bio still kiting away. The storm coming down once more. Archons, they'll continue to shoot through. Viking goes down. 3-3 upgrades still coming about. Stalkers are still coming by, and those medevacs do just have to retreat on the way. The supply is lacking. He had the heads up on a base trade, but he needs to have enough army up here to actually be able to hold on. He's getting Liberators out. That might be a complication for Creator. Might be the sort of thing he can't deal with well, as he is looking as though he might just shove the main base. Disruptor shot leading the charge up this ramp. Libs are now sieging it, though. It's going to become more difficult from here on out. Ghost and Liberator reinforcements still joining us. There's a Disruptor shot going through. The Observer's still taking shots. Yeah, I've got ourselves the back and forth here of just Creator trying to find locations on bases. Byun's just not being able to survive through this. As now we see Disruptor shots coming down. That Bio Army is going to have to respect those. Trying to take some steps away, trying to survive. Bio keeps on coming through. Those couple of Immortals are in trouble. The Colossus is in trouble. DTs are going to try and move forward. They blink in as well to help out. I mean, Byun actually has a larger army supply right now, but he basically has no economy left. 52 SCVs died over the last little while. So it's coming around the left, going to knock a sensor tower down. Marines coming up, just gonna have our prism and another few warp ins here. I mean, Crater again just going in multiple directions and eventually trying to wear Byun down to the point there is not going to be any holding. I feel like we're getting to that point fairly soon now as a couple of libs siege up once again. Liberators are really the only thing that will keep Byun in this, but the problem is libs are very slow going, and if Byun is going to play slowly, he's on a 50 worker deficit, so that's so much time in which Creator can just push, and really I mean push, the supply advantage in his favor. Byun is correct to be kind of attacking across the map. I think he should be forcing the issue. Those Liberators, like I say, are like the one thing that can't really have anything done about them. Byun's army genuinely looks great here. We kill off an Immortal. This Prism trying to save the other Immortals. All these tech units are going down. Oh my god, EMPs on the Archon as well. Finally some Zealots show up. Another Colossus as well. This was a fantastic start to the fight from Byun. It doesn't really get much better than that. Ideally, another, whoa! We disrupt the shot. That's not really something we can afford to do right now. This really should have ideally been those libs maybe moving towards a siege on the natural ramp during this when he was chasing down those units. But, disrupt the shot is going to be tough, and now I don't think we can do too much else. Our Liberator is going to go down. Creator going to get the 2-0 here. And Byun will drop to 0-3 in the group. Creator will be 3-0 in the group, and well, this Group B is having some absolutely wild results. He asked me to kind of place people and so on. Would not have really... Yeah, would not have really expected it, I guess. Well, guys, we're going to have more coming up as we're going to get Jim versus Creator on the way up next. Perfect. All right, we'll get that all sorted then, guys. It is going to be Jim versus Creator coming up in just a moment. We'll get more action coming through for you all. Thanks for joining us. We have already 300 people on our YouTube live stream, which is incredible because I think the peak viewership we've had on YouTube was 330, so we're literally about to break it, and we're only an hour into the stream, which is absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much, guys. You know why it is? It's because everyone was hitting that like button, okay? That's what it is. You hit the like button, you see what happens. Helps out a whole bunch, right? So keep on hitting that like button. Obviously, if you're here on the Twitch channel, hit the follow button. We are just waiting a moment for some videos to come through. And we'll get this back underway in just a few moments, as it will be Creator Jim for us coming into some PvP. And then we will have Byun versus Jim to play as well. Beautiful. The button is very mighty. It's very mighty, man. How's everyone doing today? How's everyone feeling? Let me know what's up. Hope you guys are doing great. Is Wardy the blue penguin? I'm trying to understand why I would be a blue penguin. Apparently that means I'm saving Starcraft 2 because I'm cute and adorable. Nice. Huge. Oh, that blue penguin. Oh, I see. I get it now. I get it now. Yeah. No, that's Piplup. This is Wardy right here. Oh, you guys are silly. Don't even know what a Pokemon is, huh? Unbelievable. Okay, so we're gonna get Jim and Creator on the way soon. Videos have just started, so it's gonna be another minute or two. Pokemon's a creature going to the gym, hoping to become an SC2 unit one day. Yeah. Jim's about to pop off. I mean, Jim could really do with it, man. He's 0-3 alongside Byun. Beating Creator, who's 3-0, would absolutely be a good spot in his resume for the matches on today. And then Byun and Jim play after this as well. I mean, it's possible we see Byun and Jim play and they're both still just winless players in this event, which would be really crazy. To have the same score as Byun must feel so good. Yeah, maybe if Byun was performing a bit better. That's funny. Yeah, it must feel so good to be on the same point as Byun. Duh. Right, there's lots of talking going on, guys. Not 100% sure what's going on. There we go. Some videos are coming through, so we are going to get ourselves into this PvP shortly. You're doing as well as any player who wins 0 games in terms of results. Because they've actually been able to get here and play the games in the first place, right? So it's not quite the same, unfortunately. Not quite the same. Dynasty, Crimson, Amphion, all vetoed as well. One more veto, and then we will have a map pick. Should be good to go. On the Korean Royale. Jim did beat Rogue and Ryung to qualify. I know, Jim legit qualified in a very impressive way. I thought we were going to have Ryung Rogue as a qualifying match, and I was kind of excited. It's like, wow, you know, Rogue against Ryung's worst matchup. Like, okay. Will Reynor play today? No, Reynor's in China, so he will not be playing today. Reynor is the official caster of Stars War, the Chinese offline event tomorrow. We'll be streaming it as well. You guys want to come and chill with me? And we'll be watching those games tomorrow. I'll sign you our opening map here between Jim and Creator. Oh, post on the wrong server. Do. Alright, we're just missing Jim from the lobby. We'll be good to go. Second map will be Golden Aura. Third map will be Oceanborn. Just write those down for future reference. We'll get into this PvP in just a second, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience. We get everything going. Appreciate you all. Our players are ready. We can start off this PvP. This is our only mirror matchup today, right? Our players are ready. Perfect. Yeah, I think this is our only mirror matchup today. So 1 mirror match, and after this, guys, no more mirrors. After this, again, we do have Byun versus Jim. So it'll be Byun versus Jim, then Byun versus Solar, and Bunny versus DRG. So that's all going to be coming up. Or we might do Byun versus Jim, then DRG versus Bunny, and then Byun versus Solar. We're going to have a couple different matches. I'm not 100% sure what order we're going to do them in. But, yeah. Some collection of that set of matches will be taking place, basically. That's what's important to know. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss player is going to be Creator. In the top right, our red Protoss is Jim. So game number 1 with this best of 3. And get this up and running for some PvP. Kind of hoping for a good time. I think Jim has a good chance. Let's just get ourselves gates coming up and get this underway. Don't understand why people dislike the mirror matchups. Yeah, I think there's something to be said about the it's kind of interesting, but like I guess there's just something about the fact that it's like it's not asynchronous. Like it's just the same race and stuff. Is that Battlecruise figure in the back? Yeah, we've got a lot of figures in the back, and I can show you on the Elicam the BC. It's pretty cool. I have some mini BCs to go with it. There's also the Carrier and the Brood Lord. These are honestly some of the coolest Starcraft things, I think. The BC Carrier and Brood Lord. Very cool. There you go, you guys can have a little peek of the Starcrafty shelf. While this PvP gets going, Pylon is proxied from Jim, so he's already looking to be the aggressor here. Right at the start of this one. Couple of gates coming through, the Adepts coming in, Stargate is building. We have ourselves the Nexus, 4 gates all coming through. Our probe moving around on the upper left-hand side. It's just going to come about here a little bit as we have ourselves everything getting set to rumble. Probe on the sides, also moving about a little bit. Can the Battlecruiser fire a Yamato Blast? Well, if it could, what's actually in its vision? I think, it's kind of pointing at the picture of the carrier I have on the wall in the back, so I guess I'd be safe, but there might be some big blasts going on behind me. That would make for an exciting time, wouldn't it? Stargate is found, so Creator knows that Jim is proxying this Stargate and this Oracle is on its way. Both players will be expanding. Creator's is obviously much sooner as he's not looking to be an aggressor. So a little bit different there as our sentries will continue to fight against these few Adepts. And this Oracle flies in, but there's a battery in place. This Oracle maybe can stasis sword, force the probes to pull away a little bit, and that will be the plan. That will be that for the moment, as one probe goes to get caught, and the rest of the probes can get back to mining. Great collection. Yeah, I've always thought I should maybe make a video about my Starcraft stuff. Like just a one-off YouTube video going through all the Starcraft things I have, because I have a few cool different things, I would say. Not the craziest collection ever, but it's pretty cool. But then I'd have to figure out, like, like you should slowly knows I've been saying this for like 3 years now. Yeah. At first I think I was waiting for the Broodlord statue to arrive, and now I've just got no excuse. It's just the first time I've thought of it in a while. Yeah, I really should. I just don't have a good way to show stuff without like I don't have a good way to get a camera properly over to the collection, I guess. Hallucination coming about. A couple of Oracles take damage. Stalkers are going to be there, and the Oracle will take a few more shots. Oracle is going to get shot down. As the Hallucination continues to fight, so there's still one Oracle around. 3 probes going down only. Not really ideal. Jim and Creator on equal work accounts, but Creator will have more army supply, which, as Blink comes up from both players, obviously seems like it might be a little bit of a concern. Oracle is going to come diving in. Stasis Ward will be coming up. The probes, once again, just have to dive away from that. It is lost mining time. You know, this is damage done, essentially. And there's one of those probes that was on the gas that got caught in the stasis as well, so honestly, not bad. And as Jim just tries to find little bits and pieces, he is already setting up an aggressive gateway as well, by the way, so kind of a treat that Jim kind of feels like he can be the aggressor off the gateway units right now, but I guess we'll see what exactly he can make happen over these next few moments as we have the Stalkers of Jim starting to move, and the Hallucination sees the movement as well, so as Creator, you're very aware that your opponent is wandering towards you looking for potentially a fight as you speak. So knowing that is obviously a little interesting. Coming about, we just have ourselves the Forge starting up on both sides. So in the end, Jim is warping in aggressively, but he's also going to get the Forge to invest in the future as well. Charge coming up, Forge coming through, Pylon on the way. Sword catch and a bunch of probes getting caught. We are going to have the Stalker caught up there a little bit as well. Stalkers move through, and Jim is going to get punched back right away. That Immortal is going to pack obviously a bit of a punch from Creator, so it's going to be part of the reason why Jim is not going to easily find a fight. Warp gate still set up. We see 4 more gateways coming through with the charge and +1 in production at the moment here from Jim, so just bringing all of that through for now. Stalkers will get rid of the pylon down to the south. The Stargate is going to get depowered, and our army of Creator continues to pull back. No rush to do anything here as Creator. Seems to be fairly content with the position he's getting into. Take a 4th base. Just extend on the position he's in rather than try and make anything too serious happen. Seems to be the plan at the moment. Seems like a fairly reasonable plan, honestly, for the most part. Nexus Zealots coming through. The +1 attack upgrade finishing from Jim. It's Jim kind of matching Creator kind of along the way right now. 4th base comes up a little bit later. He's a little bit ahead on +1. Which has these Zealots here off that gateway. I'm going to try and run through. Well, as he blinks to the left to try and defend these Zealots, the other army is going to show up on the right side. Blinks in, so Jim is going to initiate the fight. Super Battery pops up. It would have been nice if these Stalkers really had an idea of what they wanted to do, right? And when I say that, I mean, like, if they targeted down a few probes or so. Right now, he is going to cancel the 4th base, but right now it does feel as though this was like a huge commitment of Zealots that is not going to really net anything. 4 probes and a cancel on the 4th. For that many Zealots, I mean, that's a very expensive amount of Zealots, realistically. I kind of felt like when he came up the ramp here, maybe if he had an idea of like, oh, I'm going to jump on whatever units are there, or if I actually jump on the mineral, I'm going to target fire probes. It just felt like Jim was a little bit lost in that investment. It just felt so well set up that he should have had more out of it, I guess is what I'm getting at. Do you see the Stalkers coming over? Gonna knock down some rocks here to move through the other portion of the map where maybe access towards Jim's gold is... Stalker's still moving about here. Robo Bay about to finish up, so that's going to be a second Robo Facility as well. So Tech is ready. Creator will be the first to move into disruptors this game. That's a huge advantage if you're going to be on disruptors versus no disruptors. That's already kind of a very good place to be at. The Stalkers show up, a couple structures get shot down right from the very get-go. Solid Stalker Archon coming across here as well, also trying to get involved and to deal with this. The Immortal's actually going to get rid of a pylon, and that's going to depower 6 gateways. Ooh. That's a hell of a play from Creator, because that's Jim supply blocked and unable to really produce anything. He only has 7 gates, so he has 1 gateway to warp in from right now. And the problem is he doesn't want to pull too much away from his right side base, because he knows that's going to open the door for Creator to attack him. Well, another pylon going down. We see a few more Zells just still warping in. Creator will try and move up this right side. We'll get on top of this Nexus. There's 4th in trouble as well. So let's continue to fight, continue to play cleanup. Stalker's going to get here. Pylon will be going down. And Super Battery activates as well. Jim is hurting. Down 14 workers now. It's obviously not exactly ideal. It's down 14 workers. The Dark Shrine, the couple disruptors still coming up as well. Got 30 supply down as Jim. He's hurting. Plain and simple, he is hurting. Our Nexus in the top left going to come up. Disruptor plus 3 attack coming through. The Dark Shrine still building as well. All of that on the way for the moment. Bringing up as much as this we possibly can. As our Stalkers will continue to come about the front as well. Disruptor Shard fires up. Oh, we got a chunk of Zealots there. Gonna go after those Immortals with those Disruptor shots also. Actually, great Disruptor shots. They hit a lot of stuff right there. That was very nicely done. Plus 3 attack coming up on both sides. A couple gateways still coming through. Our Archons are building on the side of Creator, so bring those Archons up. The plus 3 coming by. Our Stalkers are still going to try and press towards the upper right side at the moment. Guardian Shield pops very early on as Jim is actually coming down the ramp to fight though, so it's not a terrible idea. The problem is you're fighting into the Disruptors. If there's ever a time Disruptors are going to shine, it's going to be when you fight into them. That is absolutely when Disruptors are at their absolute best, as another Disruptor shot fires through. Make this another one again. Obviously Archons don't insta-die to Disruptors, but it's still a good chunk of the Archon HP being eaten up by each and every Disruptor shot, so that does add up a little bit. Shots continue to come through. A couple Zealots going down. We are going to blow up Archons. Don't think this wraparound from Jim matters at all. He's down an upgrade as well. Just now finishes plus 3, but the fight's pretty much over. I'm not sure upgrade advantage really mattered at all here. This was really decided by the Disruptor play. As Creator has been ahead for a little bit, and he is just going to come through to finish it up right now. GG says Jim. And Creator takes this to a 1-0 lead in the best of 3. Very well played. GG's. Alright, so Creator gets himself to a 1-0 lead. He is on the verge of being 4-0 here in the Korean Royale. It's super important because Korean Royale, every position higher up you finish in the group is a position you get to kind of skip in the playoffs. You know, you start deeper in the playoffs for how well you do in the group. So Creator doing so well right now means that he could just start super deep in the playoffs. Might be able to guarantee himself his best ever Korean Royale finish before the playoffs even begin. You know, that's how good he is doing at the moment. That's how well he is setting himself up to be in this tournament. So it's very cool to see, as we're going to get invites out for game number 2 of this best of 3 in a couple of moments. Let's crank into the player slot instead of Creator. Creator is ready, waiting for Jim to give us a go-ahead as well. So right on into game number 2. of this BO3. And again, we have ourselves Byun Gym coming up after this as well, so a little bit of TVP action to follow. Unless Byun and Solo are going to play a very, very, very long series, in which case we might do Bunny DRG before we do Byun Gym. You know, I just switch it up so we don't have that downtime. Yesterday we ended up waiting around for downtime for a whole long time. It was taking forever. Yeah, people ended up playing a 46-minute game. Darkened Classic played a 46-minute game while we had to wait. As Creator needs a re here because he's got the skin bug. So we'll get this one set up a second time. Is going to host, that's okay. All good. Two more casters in here, and we'll be off and away, guys, into second map of this best of 3 PvP. GG, good luck. Go. We got this all started. Let's see how things will go as we get this underway. Once again, more SC2 action. Get this straight up and running. Right, let's do this then, guys. Let's head in game as we have ourselves in the bottom right-hand side. The blue Protoss player. This is Creator, and he is up by a game in this best of 3, taking on the red Protoss in the top left corner of the map. We have ourselves Jim. Then game number 2. Can Jim pull it back, or is Creator going to keep on extending his lead in this entire group? It's genuinely very cool to see Creator doing so well. Very nice to see. There's a couple of assimilators are coming up here. Now gateways will be coming on in. So we get this started to begin with. And that probe, just going to nibble at the other probe here as well, so a little bit of damage being dealt. There's going to be 2 gateways here from Jim finishing up. Creator is just going to go for the single gate, so something we've been seeing more and more of since that sentry buff. We're not going to see these sentries starting up from Creator straight away. Obviously with 1 gate you're typically going to end up on a fast expansion. You can 1 gate tech and then expand from there as well. Wow, Jim is very serious about it. He sees what's up, and you know what? The Cybercore, not a bad idea to build. The Sentry's the next unit, so it's not like there's a lot of DPS on that Cybercore, so it's going to block this Nexus for quite some time. You can see Creator 400 minerals now. Would love to have this position free. So yeah, the Cybercore actually makes a ton of sense. It extends, Cybercore is the most, kind of the best kind of HP per mineral cost, or the fastest building HP structure you can get. So it is just going to block it for a long time. And finally gets cancelled now. But yeah, Creator had to wait quite a long time. It's definitely thrown his build off quite substantially, I would say. Fairly impactful. So a couple sentries. And there's a lot at the front going to get joined together. Hallucination is already moving out across to the upper left-hand side as well. It's just going to be moving over there. There's our Nexus, Stargate, all coming up. Twilight Council coming through. Nice hallucination gonna end up in the main. Next couple of moments to just keep on scouting about what is going on. Blink building, a couple sentries just gonna nibble at that hallucination. A little bit more damage being dealt once again as our Nexus continues through, the gateway continues up. Robo facility is halfway done with the Nexus now finishing very shortly. We have a hallucination again just scouting. Creator will have perfect information throughout this because the sentry provides you that hallucination scout basically on repeat, so you just get to see this all again and again and again. It's very difficult to be caught off guard when you get to scout like this so consistently. So it just lets you make the correct decisions, play a little bit greedier because you can make those correct decisions. Obviously sets you up in a very good place. Comes to push stuff around a little. Uncle Ball's back to the upper left-hand side. It's going to be moving away then. Again, our Robo facility coming up. Gateway and the Blink all coming in. Just a little bit of everything being brought through for the moment. Oracle up to the top, and it's a Twilight and a Forge. It's going to be the next step of this as well. It's going to bring those down. Twilight Council and Forge both on the way. Nexus coming through. That Stalker's still gathering. That charge is still chrono boosting. And we just have our Stasis Ward still getting set out the front. Our Stalkers will continue to the upper left, so just going to be taking some position. Creator being the one to instigate map control. With that Twilight Council going into charge now. Already has that blink and obviously would just love to, again, keep map control and then know what you're kind of going into as well. Jim's structure setup was a little bit different, so he's going to end up on that much faster Robos. He's got the 2 Immortals, and as soon as he gets his Twilight straight to charge, does not feel like he needs to be playing with the blink at all, as that was a good first blink up. Only a single unit getting caught in the stasis, but the Immortal's also there, so the Stalkers can't realistically go blinking into that. That's probably going to end up being a bad old time. Two Zealots and Immortals still chasing that Stalker around. Charge coming up, +1 attack coming through. It's about the same portion of the way along on both sides at the moment. We do have the extra gateways building from Creator at the moment as well, so just bringing that up. 5 gates coming through, the Prism coming out as well. Just bringing all of this in as our Stalker continues to get set up as well. Stasis Ward is going to catch a chunk of those Stalkers. The Oracle going to get taken down as well. So problems are rising here a little bit. As our Stalkers all gather just out the front of this base. Zealots, Stalkers, and Sentries. Not exactly ideal. The problem is that Jim is missing the kind of the way to fight back against Stalkers right now, which is a couple of the Immortals in position. He has 4 Immortals. Where are they? They're all in the main. And 1 at this third. Wow. Well, yeah, that was the problem. Basically, these Stalkers taking advantage of the fact that not everything was around, so they could just kind of go in and fire up a few shots and see success. +2 attack coming along also, so we continue to get this up and running. Solid Immortal just going to start moving out. There's a very powerful army composition if you've been kind of on Stalkers, and the Stalkers haven't really been able to do much, so definitely some potential right now to kind of get forwards and to maybe make something happen. So possibilities abound right now. As you have the Prism in the main base. Trader instantly on the counterattack trying to get something done. We recall a bunch of units back to deal with this. That is going to mean that Jim's army is weaker on the map as we do come forwards and continue to push. Again, 5 Immortals feels amazing right now. The Zealots trying to get up in front, but oh, these Zealots have bled a bit too far forward. They're kind of stuck on their own now. Jim should be kind of up the ramp, and I feel like this army should be over here, pushing down or at least hitting this base. I feel like Jim just bled out a lot of units for free, so Creator getting a little bit of a catch for the moment. Zealots keep charging through. We will see a lot of Stalkers getting caught. Army turns back onto this position, and we'll have ourselves this next going down. So 4th base denied. Trader's still warping in across the map, and Jim is slowly dealing with it, though not maybe very well. Upgrades are about to even out, and we're not going to see Zealots going to charge in here as well. This is where the Immortals are going to be kind of put to the test on the side of Jim. He needs them to do a lot. Obviously, Immortals do not do loads against Zealots. A couple of Archons are so huge for Creator. Having that splash damage against the Zealots is a massive factor. Being able to splash through Zealots is so good for you. It really does a lot, as Jim just going to say GG. And Creator is going to take it 2-0 to move to 4-0 in the group. Jim going to be in a 0-3 spot. And him and Byun are about to fight to see which of them will take their first match of the tournament. That is our next series up, so that is where we currently stand. That's where the day currently goes, as we will have Byun versus Jim coming up in just a few moments. We actually do have to wait for Byun Solo to finish. That's happening off screen. We're going to cast that in a little bit, Byun Solo, guys. Similar to yesterday, again, we just let a couple matches play kind of same time so that we can just make the day smoother for everybody involved. Make sure that the players can just play on a good schedule and everything. Go and join the stream on Twitch. Do not forget to use your Prime subs. Prime subs go a long way to helping out. It's always appreciated if you can put those to use. As, yeah, we kind of just got to wait for a game to finish up right now. So I guess we're going to have a couple minutes and hope it's not going to be too long. Hoping it's not going to be too long. So how's everyone feeling? How's everyone's days going? Puts us about halfway through the match today, guys. Again, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to have the super long stream. Again, just the way that schedules have turned out and some players couldn't make it, etc. We'll be catching up with any matches that were meant to be today that have been moved a little bit. So, yeah, we'll be figuring that out at some point. But otherwise, again, hope you're all having a great time. Hope everyone's enjoying. Thank you so much for joining us. Great to see so many people on the YouTube stream. I don't know what we did right today, but the viewership has popped straight up towards pretty much our peak on YouTube. So it's amazing to see that happen so quickly. So again, thank you so much if you're watching over there. Helping people discover the stream is super amazing. We're already at 66 thumbs up. So again, keep on hitting that thumbs up button because I genuinely think that's why more people are finding the stream more quickly today. So keep on doing that, as we are going to be just waiting. Hopefully not for too long. It'd be very nice if I knew what the score was. I'm sure at least I knew if they were game 2 or game 3. Well, that would be a bit of a spoiler. So yeah, guys, if you have any fun questions or anything, that would be a brilliant time to go asking. A great time to take part. do, do, do. I really felt like Jim had some reasonable positions in that previous game. So innovation online. Since that he is playing some 3v3. You guys remember when innovation came back for like a month? Played in a couple tournaments. It was just like, nah, not for me. Do 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 do. You remember slowly? Yeah, it would have been cool if innovation was able to come back properly. That was one of the I was so excited for him to come back. He was looking like he had some good matches. Just yeah, Saj. Such. Just waiting. Then, like I said, guys, we need another match to finish before we can go into our next matchup here. That's what the slight delay is going to be. So it's just the best way we can really do this at the moment. They did just come out of game. This is why we wait to see whether they go into game 3 or not. But I think they're done, which means that it's worked out. Today it has. It might have been game 3 anyways. I don't actually know. Alright, so I think Sola and Byun are done. Means that we can get into Byun Gym as our next matchup here. So this wasn't actually too much of a delay. Great. Perfecto. Alright, yeah, this TVP on the go in a couple moments, guys. Thanks for the little bit of patience. We'll just be about a minute or so with videos, and then we should be able to go. Perfect. Some videos will start up, and we'll get underway here in very few moments, guys. And we have 3 matches still to come your way. So Byun versus Jim, Byun versus Sola, and also the Byun Jim, Byun Sola, and DRG versus Bunny. That's all still to come here. Get this underways. Very exciting. Very exciting indeed. Waiting for Jim to return. Give him a quick message. Cannot message him. So Jim's just AFK. Hopefully not for too long. Hopefully get him back and we'll get back and ready to go. In just a few. Start it up. Once again, nice and quickly. I don't think Jim is working on the old schedule, because if he was, then he wouldn't have expected to play for his creator. But, yeah, he's just BRB. No worries, we can wait it, give it a couple more minutes. No issues, guys. I'll get this, hopefully, again, resumed fairly soon. And have Byun Jim coming up for some TVP action, so all of that getting going ASAP. Beautiful. But yeah, how's everyone doing? It's a great time to ask any Starcraft question you might have ever wanted to ask. I really don't have anything else to add. Did a lot of waiting around yesterday already. Just waiting for Jim to reappear. Beautiful. Beautiful. And it's our last day of Korean Royale this week, although Korean Royale will be back again next week. So if you guys want to check that out, you'll be able to. I will be back Tuesday and Thursday next week, which is neat. Jim is still hard AFK. Will Max Packs ever play live? That's a great question. I feel like, honestly, at this point I'm going to say no. I mean, maybe something changes in the future, but I feel like the opportunities have been there to play live. Like, I mean, we're talking about the biggest prize pool of all time in eSports World Cup later this year. This would have been the year to do it, I think, but apparently still not the case just yet. Which is wild. So I can't message Jim because he's got private on, but he is just hard AFK. And not reappearing. But hopefully soon. Ay. A classic. Alright guys, we're just holding out. Hopefully we get into Beyond Gym soon. After this, we will be smooth sailing for the rest of the games, so we'll just be able to go. It's currently a little bit stuck waiting for Jim to reappear. Maybe Max Max goes to Riyadh. There's just no way, right? Like, I feel like if you're gonna just go to somewhere out of nowhere, like, Katowice would have been, like, sort of the most logical choice. would probably have taken away some of the problems or so. Looks as though Jim just reappeared, guys. Perfect. So Vidas will get back to it. And we are going to be in-game in about a minute. This time we actually are going to be. We actually do have Jim here. Byun did not go AFK himself. Do we ever think there'll be SC3? I feel like if the Starcraft 3, it's going to be so far away from now, and it's definitely not going to have anything. I almost feel like it will not be Starcrafty. Like, I feel like it will not be as much of a true, like, follow-on to SC2 as SC2 was to Brood War, for example, right? It won't be an RTS. Yeah, I think that's a fairly reasonable assumption. Or like it'll be an RTS with a very different way of working. I really don't see it being soon either. Like, it would be in so many years from now, I would have to guess. As that players are here. RB is up, by the way, guys. So again, thank you for the patience. Super sorry for it taking a little while. Sometimes it's just like I say, if players are AFK, we can't do too much about that. But we've got them here now. We've got our casters join the lobby as well. So we should be good to go into this Byun versus Jim series. Get this underway. Byun readying. Jim readying. Byun and Jim, the two players who are yet to win a series in this group. Byun 0-3, Jim 0-4. This would be time to win one. I mean, one of these guys is not making playoffs at the very least. Realistically, whoever loses this is just not making playoffs. It's going to be more at what I say. So this is almost an elimination match. The winner, I would say, at least has a chance. Jim would have to win out. Byun can maybe lose one more on the way. Byun's following matches are still tough, though. Versus Solo, we're going to see today, then versus Raynor and Hero. It's going to be rough. As we just wait for Jim to ready into this matchup, guys. Again, thank you for waiting a few moments. This has not been the smoothest of transitions from game to game. Looks as though we're good right now. Byun versus Jim counting down and starting. And from here on out, we will just have back-to-back matches for the last hour and a half of the stream, depending on how long these games take. You have two more best-of-3s after this one, so 3 best-of-3s to go. And let's dive into Alcyone, as mentioned, and get this underway. Thank you again for your patience while we have some downtime. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's get into this. In the top right-hand side, the blue Protoss player is Jim. And in the bottom left-hand side, the red Terran player, we have Byun. Game number 1 of this best of 3. As we get this up and running. Is this Jim Rising? No, this is Jim. Jim is a Chinese Protoss player, has been around since early days of Wings of Liberty. Quite the legend in the Chinese scene, honestly. Really has been around a long time. Got the gateway down in the main base. That's going to be our starting point for Jim. No surprises about that, really, just yet. Everything looking pretty normal for the moment. So far, so good. Well, Rex comes up from Byun. Gas coming in as well. Let's just get ourselves a Cyber Core starting up. Again, Barracks is building already from Byun. The Zealot is on the way from the gateway. This probe is going to pop out, and it's just going to come down towards the low ground and get ready to potentially drop an expansion down as well. So, just looking to get that established ASAP over the next couple minutes. So Nexus will be put into place. Cyber Core is about halfway done. And the Zealot is about to finish up as well. Our factory Still building on the side of Byun, so bringing that up. The reactor coming through as well. And our Zealot of Jim is going to start to head out down to the bottom left-hand side of the map. It's just going to journey over to apply some pressure. I'm going to go for the double Reapers. He goes Reactor off the bat, and then he is going to still build Reapers from this. So it's going to go double Reaper now. It's actually kind of interesting. A little bit of a different approach here from Byun. Not unheard of, I suppose, but definitely not the immediate go-to a lot of the time. Let's just have our Stargate coming up. Well, Reaper's going to fight this Zealot, which came across. Obviously, this is a good set of units to have against this. A couple of batteries coming online. The Reapers and the Hellion will go to the center, taking the watchtower as they go. So just taking some map control, that will be one thing you can absolutely do. As Beyond this is a very map control heavy set of units, and they can obviously go across the map to try and harass as well. Going to be what they are aiming for at the moment. Head them across over to the sides. Walls starts to come into place, and there's a bunch of Stalkers here. They should be able to stop the entry, and so far they will. Byun will not try and contest that. As Jim actually goes 2 additional gateways beyond the Stargates, so just going to have a lot of gateway units up early here. Kind of surprised by that. Feels like he's going to then try and apply pressure, but... Oh, Rebellion's still hanging out on the watchtower. Let's see, that will be the, I guess, I mean, maybe these units make another reappearance. They didn't really do much yet. You'd maybe expect Byun to have wanted some more from it, but there's also a thing about pushing it too hard and trying to get too much out of them, right? And you kind of end up giving them away. And the Hellions going to gather up on that watchtower. Nexus, Stasis Ward coming down. Ooh, now we walk into the Stasis. Obviously, that's an easy way to lose your Reaper Hellion. He actually is going to pop off the Stasis with the Hellion. He's going to pop off the other one too. Don't mind it. These Hellions have a good chance of getting away after, and the Reapers are maybe the most dangerous unit right now, where they can maybe hop by and still find some workers on a mineral line just because they can kind of jump up a ledge and kind of appear where you're not expecting there to be a defense. Visual fight. Probes taking a bunch of damage. That's exactly what I mean in terms of potential for damage. So many probes went low, but the battery healing was just about good enough. Light Council will finish in a moment, and our +1 attack starting up. The charge coming through. Impact, Combat Shield, and +1 all continue to build as our Sentry and Zealots will just be warping in on the front of this third base. The army of Byun is moving across the map, so numbers pressing through into the center, passing through the watchtower, and able to come over here and see what they can find for themselves as our Stalkers and everything getting going. The Oracles and the Phoenix come back down to the bottom side of the map. More Medivacs coming through, +1 attack and Combat Shield on the way up. Five more gateways building from Jim at the moment, so getting those gateways up as well. He's firing up some shots, looking to try and get up this ramp. Stalkers, Zealots have a Stasis Ward to help them a little bit defensively as well. We'll go a little bit back and forth. We're going to catch that Stasis. It's going to come back through up to the top side. We're going to turn around. Sentry gets taken out. The Zealots going to be in trouble as well. The Marauders also pulling back over to that left-hand side. We get a few more units regathered back up. set to potentially go again. Through that watchtower. Blink coming up, rogue phase on the way in. And the bio heading to the upper right hand side. Still on a little bit of a shove right here. Looking for an opportunity. It's like an amount of army. Well, again, do not want to go wandering into a stasis or anything. The only problem is these Stalkers don't have blink, so once these Zealots are gone, the Stalkers don't really stand up for themselves, and they also can't blink into position either. The Oracles will not do much, and they also can't blink out of the way. Not having blink is kind of sucky. But can we actually break through? A few more Zealots coming up, and they are the front lines. If those Zealots can survive, then everything else will be okay behind it. And for now, we are going to push this back, so Jim is not going to fall victim to this attack of Byun. Byun is going to be able to hold on out the front, and now pulling back home into the center of the map and just beyond. And this game will develop on Temple Archives coming up from Jim. So again, that Temple Archives up and running. Obviously, that puts you into a pretty good spot here as Jim as well. If you can get the some value out of that, that could be very cool. Possibilities across the board on that one. Marines, couple mines, make that. He's gonna have himself a couple of tech units remaining, so there's a little tiny bit of hope. It's just not a lot. Again, hope is one thing, but reality is another. Let's just have ourselves the Royale reinforcements coming out. Jim is not going to be completely dead, but it's obviously not looking super great at this point in time, as we are going to be seeing our Bio Force continue to fight against this Archon Stalkers and the Colossus. Just for a little bit longer here, we have ourselves Medevac moving back to the upper right-hand side. Fire still pushing up, and we will have ourselves a Wouldn't shot going off. A couple of Archons are going to get hit as well. So a few shots continue to come through, and this army of Byun still trying to put a break on in right now. The reinforcements coming out going to be just not enough to power through that. Very close, but like I say, not enough just yet. Hope Byun might be able to just kind of finish the game up right there, but nope, not the case. We are going to continue to battle on for the moment instead. Additional warpins coming. The Marauders get on top of a battery or so, and we are going to keep on fighting through for a little bit longer. Once again, fire still unloading, trying to get a little extra oomph going. Fire still trying to fight away over this side, and we are going to get cleaned up in the end. Jim is absolutely surviving. Once more, it is Byun who is just consistently struggling to close games out when he's in, honestly, pretty reasonable positions for the most part. Genuinely kind of surprised by that. Kind of felt like we'd be seeing Byun as the kind of the guy who gets ahead and is able to kind of really do a lot from there, but clearly has not been the case just yet. Fire still moving through, still moving upwards. Let's have a few medevacs going to load up and move away to the sides as well, so that gun's going to go moving over also. So a little bit of action in that regard. Fire will fight once more. We are going to see a few probes going down. And Byun just dropping around and again doing what he does honestly very well, which is just being very active, getting up in the face of his opponents. Just being a frustrating one to beat through as 8 probes have fallen. And I mean, Byun, again, it's still about finding the larger fights though. It's still about finding the situation where you're going to be just a little bit better off altogether. 3-3 very far along here, by the way, from Jim. That's going to be something which Byun is going to try and get to himself next little bit. Bio going to be there. Vikings as well, so you get to try and punch back a little. Breaking up this ramp. We are going to get rid of one of the Colossus, both the Colossus, so a lot of the damage here is already being knocked away at. Pull back a little bit further, and the Zealots and Stalkers continue to come down this ramp. Jim Supply dropping a little bit. He's been having to split away to try and deal with other things at the same time, of course, so that's not exactly helping the situation, as Byun is going to do very well here. Now, he is going to get pushed back, but I would say pushed back in a very reasonable place, all said and done. In a very manageable manner. This is still a scenario where it feels like Jim is in trouble and that Byun is ahead, but like I say, Byun has struggled to finish games today. Is that something that will persist as a problem, or are we going to be okay? 3 upgrades coming through, Vikings and Marauders all coming out. Jim on the counterattack. This time it's him that's trying to make the finishing blow. Just trying to get across and again just, just get active here and try to make a stand for himself as he tries to come up this ramp. The Bio is going to stand and fight. Stalker's Archon taking some damage. The Vikings will be there to push back a little bit also. I see a few more Zealots warping in. They are going to come through too. And as that Bio Force will come by once more, and just have ourselves 3-3 still coming out. Vikings, Marauders, and Marines in production also. Everything being brought through for now as Jim just tries to break through one final time. Byun obviously very happy because he's got a good base setup. His opponent is attacking into him. Byun basically is like, okay, cool. You feel like you have to end the game by attacking into me. That's perfect from Byun's point of view, because that's exactly what he wants his opponent to be doing. He wants his opponent to be attacking in and trying to end the game. This makes it in defense that he can find, and that should make this game so much more comfortable for him, as it does really look like he's got this one under lockdown now, as Jim is unable to succeed aggressively, and that is going to pretty much do it for game number 1. Byun is going to find a win. Man, it is just nothing's easy for Byun, though. It is absolutely a struggle for him to find these wins. This is just kind of wild that this is like taking so much effort almost from Byun to kind of win games. And I only say this because we're used to seeing Byun just really get into some of these good setups and then just cruise. But yeah, recently he's had a few games like this. I just misclicked Taiwan again. Man, I am terrible at clicking the right buttons today. Try this one. Attempt 2. Get this hosted up. And there's Byun and Jim go into a second game. And Jim looks to get going now. I've not hosted this with GameHot apparently. Try that again. Round 2. And we'll get this attempted setup going. So 2 people. Let some casters join the lobby and then never look at that game again. Oh yeah, just inviting everyone in. We'll just be 1 second. This is my fault for hitting the wrong button initially. But we're going to get into game number 2 here of this Warditv Korean Royale action between Byun and Jim. Byun leading by 1. We'll be resuming in just a couple. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just wait for Jim to ready up and we can indeed go into this guy. So again, sorry for a little bit of the problem. That was my fault, taking a little while to get things sorted out properly. I'll try and check Jim's good. Cool, he's good. Alright, counting down, getting this underways. Getting back to it, guys. As we get all started up. Readies are called. Players are settling. And we will be very, very shortly into this. And thank you for your patience. As we get this underway. In the bottom right hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be from the Shopify Rebellion. This is Byun. Taking on the red Protoss in the top left hand side, we have ourselves Jim. Next map, this best of 3, and we'll see where it's going to take us. See if Byun can finish up 2-0 first match win of the tournament for him. If he can win this one, is what we're heading towards. And you belong to Byun. Just getting some SCVs on the way, nothing too crazy just yet. Just getting everything settled in for the moment. Let's rolling. Royale coming up, Cybercore's coming through, Ripper in the orbital, continue to build up as well, so we just get this on the go too, so we get a little bit of everything going for the moment. So far so good. Cybercore Zealot Nexus coming up as we speak. Factories are coming through as well, just about halfway done at the moment, so again bringing this up and running. As we have our Reaper heading to the upper left hand side, so again on a little bit of a journey, just cruising across for the moment, trying to see what we can get up to. Twilight Council, the Nexus, again, still being brought into play for the moment, so I'm just bringing those out. The Adept is going to get there to play a little bit of defense. And again, our starport from Byun already building command center also on the way through for the moment. Making a pretty darn good go of it right now, as our Twilight Council will finish shortly. That robo facility also still coming up here. It's going to be Jim. Just quick to that robo. It'll be interesting to see what he tries to do from that. If there's anything in particular he wants to try and get done. Having ourselves the Dark Shrine and the robo facility building for the moment as well, so we get all of that on the way. What of mine is going to successfully kill an Adept, as the Adept Shade Trick does not go well. So that's already a little bit of a disaster too, unfortunately. That's not exactly how you wanted that to go. Yes, that's a little bit, well, bit of a bad time for you. Yeah, Dark Shrine and a couple of gates still coming up. The Prism also on the way through just for the moment. So again, bringing up different bits and pieces here. Byun just dropping off as well. Gonna try and find a little bit extra to work with at the moment as the Widow Mine is going to load up. The Marines as well going to be brought up too. Just bringing this about. And we are going to have ourselves still this little bit of bio in the back, which is going to find some workers as well. So damage really being done kind of across the board at the moment. They're pretty okay for Byun, right? Gets a couple of probes. He's playing defense very nicely. Not much is really getting done on the side of Jim, so just feel like Byun is maybe coming out of this in a little bit of a better position, all said and done. Just ever so slightly better off for himself thus far. Hey, probes now going down, so absolutely getting to be a little bit better. Damage keeps on rolling at the moment. Just keep finding so much so far. Well, charge coming through, the forge and all the rest of it is coming about also, so we bring all of that into play. Prism is heading down the bottom right here. Jim is going to be on a little bit of an offensive push. Prism showing up already, and the Archon and 2 Stalkers will be the drop in, as we do have the Viking trying to fight back. And, well, I do feel like when Byun hits +1 in Stim, there's going to be a real question mark of, is Jim's tech good enough to survive an onslaught of Terran Bio? That has to be one of the bigger question marks at the moment. Auto turret coming through, a couple probes still going down, 6 workers killed thus far. Fire coming over, tank will fire, a couple stalkers taking hits. Viking coming through, the Prism taking a lot of shots. And get pushed all the way over that side. Very nearly went down. Losing the Prism would have been huge for Byun's point of view, right? Get rid of that Prism, there's so much less aggression for him to have to deal with. That would have been really good for him. Obviously not quite meant to be like that in the end, but yeah, definitely could have been very cool. As I mean, even now the Prism is still low, so it's a Widow Mine shot from death. It's obviously much more easily targeted down. If it just misplays a little bit and the Marines do get in reach, it'll kill it way faster than they did before. Stim combat, +1 attack. All that goodness on the way through as you have our army of Jim regathering. Towards the third base, just a little bit. Bio pushing over, tanks coming in. We get ourselves set up here. And we get straight into position, and Archon does not last very long. We can scan for the DTs. We get rid of one of the siege tanks, but we have enough damage to just chew through the super battery. Actually, I'm kind of surprised we didn't just kill the Immortal, because we basically had killed it, and then we decided to hit the battery instead, so we got a full heal off, but I think very hard to disagree with Byun's attack in. His defense was good. He got a bit of harassment done himself, and Byun is going to find himself a 2-0 here. GG's, and that will be that. So Byun gets rid of Jim and gets himself his first win of the competition. Took a little while, but he finally got there. GG's. Alright, cool. So, with that said, guys, we are going to be going into a couple of TVZs to round out our StarCraft 2 today. We're going to have Byun versus Solar and Bunny versus DRG. So we're going to be going into that in just a moment. I think we're going to go into Bunny DRG first, because I have that ready to go. Whereas the Byun Solar ones, I still need to come through a little bit here. Perfect. Alrighty. Throw some invites out and we'll get into Bunny DRG ASAP, guys. So Bunny DRG, then we'll wrap the day up with Byun Solar in terms of StarCraft 2. I have a little bit of a sponsorship to do at the end on my Twitch channel, so if you're on Twitch, you can join me for that. We're going to be playing some PUBG. Yeah, just hosting this up, and we should just be a couple moments into our next match. Perfect. Crafto. Alright, we got 6 casters. I think that actually means that we're actually just good to go already. As we'll get this one underway. We'll give it about a minute just for a couple of ads to play through, but otherwise we're good to go, so just let everyone know about 1 minute. And yeah, 2 more best of 3s then coming up to round out our day. Perfect. I actually think it's going to be a pretty good kind of length of action. I'm into it. I'm into it. Let's see, for 6 best of 3s, there's always the concern it's like they're very fast series, and so you end up with like 2.5 hours. Like right now, it's just like, that was it. That was 6 best of 3s. Thanks for watching. That's a very short stream, but I feel like we're going to be okay. Alright, let's get into Bunny DRG, guys. Terran versus coming up. I'm going to get this on the way right now. Get this brought through, and we'll kick this off in just a couple. Alright, let's do this. As we pop on into action, we have got in the top left-hand corner our red Terran player. This is Bunny. He battles against the blue Zerg in the upper right corner of the map, here on Ghost River for map number 1. This one is DRG. Some Terran versus Zerg, these two in pretty cool positions in the group. Bunny, talked about earlier, improved to a 3-1 scoreline, so he currently sits in second place. DRG at 1-1. He lost to Hero, but took a map, and he beat Byun. And this is the one game we'll see of DRG today. Unfortunately, DRG was not able to actually come and play today when he was meant to play a bunch of matches. Bunny and him pre-played this one a little earlier on. It was the only one they could fit in, though, so that's a little unlucky. Otherwise, we would have had more games today, but that's all right. Like I say, we still got 2 fun best of 3s coming through with these TVZs of Bunny DRG and Byun Solar, so should be a good time no matter what. As our extractor comes up, our pool comes in, hatchery is building, a couple drones are coming out. We get everything settled in here for game 1 of this series right about now. Looking good for the moment. Beautiful stuff. We'll see early game TVZ. And we'll see what the style will be from Bunny, whether he wants to take the second gas. This is not necessarily a triple CC map. It is a little bit smaller, a little bit more aggressive. Couple queens, handful of lings coming through. We have lings and queens all building up here. The command center coming about as well. Those queens coming about. We are going to see our Reaper fighting through a little bit. As the Reaper will fire, and a few lings will be fighting back. Again, a couple drones coming over. As we have our factory finishing shortly. A couple more queens coming by. Feelings is going to nibble. I'm going to get rid of that set of rocks. All will continue through. And 10 drones coming about. A couple queens coming through. All of this getting settled in here as we do see the Reaper hopping up to the high ground. This is going to be deflected by the lings. Queen's fighting. The Reaper will be taking a few more shots. Going to be very low as it escapes into the main. Honestly, trying to get a bit of a scout off. Did see the lair morphing, so seeing that this is a 2-base lair play. 2-base roach is something we don't see too much of. It kind of makes sense on this map that can be used very aggressively, and yeah, okay. Roach run coming, Hellions will come about. Couple of creep jimmers just going down. Hellions will just continue in, just gonna go after this hatchery. That hatch will take some damage. Roach speed coming in. Overlord's coming about. A couple queens are gonna fire. Engineering base coming up, Stimpack coming through, and we'll see how a Viking in the main base continue to move about a little bit as well. Viking just going to fire in there and just going to go after that Overlord. Viking moves away, Roach speed coming up, the extra Ravages are building here from DRG, continue to bring those in. More Roaches continue to join into the front lines as Sav Roach speed is about to finish up. 1-1 upgrade, Stimpack finishing as well. 3rd CC launching all of those mules into the 3rd. Is going to be there. Roach is moving up. Tank firing. Roach Ravager continues to fire it in. Corrosive Vials will drop onto a siege tank already. So DRG's little push right now looking pretty scary for Bunny to handle. As Roach Ravager continues to push through into the natural, SCVs will try and pull as a response to this. Corrosive Vials all over the place. 14 SCVs currently going down. 26 workers killed. Roach Ravager still clearing up. Okay, well, Bunny just wasn't ready for this at all. The 2-base into late 3rd push from DRG is super deadly. As the tank goes down, the Roaches continue to fight. Marines will fall. A few SCVs will continue to get cleaned out as well. This is going to be a quick conclusion to game number 1 here as DRG just has way too much, way too powerful, packing way too much of a punch. As SCV surrounding. Roach is still fighting. Marine will go down. GG is called, and DRG is going to take game number 1. So DRG just punching through with Roaches, pretty darn powerful way to play it, as he's going to take the first map there just like that. That was very simple. And we are going to head into Crimson Court for game number 2. So, get straight into this, guys. Let's get the invites out. One caster from the lobby, get them in here, and we'll get into game number 2 straight away. Perfect, let's go into game number 2, guys. Bunny DRG, and DRG leads by a map. DRG been playing well lately, especially in ZVT. I feel like he's been looking pretty good, so you can take down Bunny, get to 2-1 in the group. He has some ZVZs and some ZVPs left in the event. Very doable chance to move through towards playoffs. Top right-hand side, the red Terran player. This is Bunny. Down a game and looking to not die to roaches this time around. That's going to be the adjustment from him. in a nutshell, it's going to be the adjustment. As in the bottom left, at Blue's DRG. Don't expect him to do the same thing again. It's a bit of a longer map, so it would be a bit weird to kind of just fully send a roaches play. Although, I mean, maybe you're very confident about it. Maybe it could still be good. Overlord heading to the upper right hand side, so we just get a move along for a couple of moments, get things underway. Just journeying across here for the first few moments. Have ourselves the racks coming in, the hatch and the drones coming about, hatch gas pool all coming up. People coming in from Bunny. We do have ourselves the Overlord still moving by, the SCV coming in underneath as well. On a little bit more of a journey. As we just have, obviously, the Scout. We'll just see Hatchery first. Good to know exactly what you're up against. That lets you make a better decision with your Reaper as well, whether you send it across the map or keep it nearby. CV patrolling, Reaper is going to come across. Journeying in, and I'm just going to go back and forth with those few lings for a little bit. And do have a couple queens coming out, the Overlord coming through. Reaper still backing away as the lings still try to chase onto that Reaper for a little bit. So again, just trying to chase for a bit longer here. Getting a couple CCs coming up, the factory's still coming by. Things will nibble, rocks will go down. That will be a cleanup. We do still have the starport coming up on the side of Bunnies. Again, that starport on the way. Second gas on the natural that comes in. So here's triple CC. Bunny playing into that eco kind of style. Reaper hops up to the high ground here, wanting to keep an edge and keep an eye on all the little things that are going on. As we now turn back into the low ground. Aliens coming through, starport still coming up. Rotron, Lair, and 2 more extractions coming out as well. Let's continue to get this all on the way as we have a Reaper still moving. 2 lean top right, just getting out of there. So we're going to play 2 base Lair roaches again. So DRG is not going to mix stuff up. I was telling you guys I don't expect him to do the same thing twice, but he's going to open in a similar way. We'll see how aggressive we get. Reaper pops up, Hellions still move around. Stimpak is on the way as well. The Reaper coming across, drone transfers over. Stim still building, factory moves away. Yeah, Reaper gonna join up with the Hellions and we will poke around at the front here. Just keep an eye on things. DRG's next base is going to be that third, so just gonna get that in the front as the Hellions. Get rid of a couple creep tumors. Hellions wanting to go at the front there. The queens are in position. Hellions will get turned around. And we start to put some damage out onto this hatchery. So Hatch will be taking quite a few shots of damage here currently. Taking a lot of hits right now, in fact, as the roaches continue to pop out and come chasing. Roach speed is halfway done. Now Stimpak and +1 attack coming through also. As our Hellions still joining together. Viking pulls away to the side, still got ourselves a few Ravages morphing. The 1-1 upgrades the stim, continue to build at the moment, and the Hellions Reaper back up to the top right. Again, with extra Ravages finishing here in just a second, and our Roaches popping through. We will have a bit more aggression coming the way from DRG. Short Ravage again all the way across, and is going to be hitting the front door. Well, we've seen this one before, guys. We know how this one goes. You'll see a siege tank popping out. That will be a big help if we can keep it alive. Fire will stim, SCVs will pull. Bunny taking this attack very seriously, as you should. The Queen's showing up, but they're going to be a little bit late to do too much. I mean, they can only really add DPS. They can't transfuse. That's a lot of SCVs going down from Bunny, but the tank's still alive, both of them, and we're actually going to get rid of a bunch of the Ravages. I was going to say, did we get all the Biles off? We did not! DRG is going to lose every single Ravager. Tanks both alive. Well, Bunny's down 11 workers, but I want to say I don't hate it. I mean, triple CC as well, third on location, so you're going to have good SCV reproduction, so you're going to be right back into the eco game. So economy-wise, you're going to be absolutely fine. That ain't going to be any problem at all. The Roach Ravage is going to come through. Still making Roach Ravages, so DRG wants to break. I don't think that's the right call when you didn't get rid of the siege tanks. If you'd gotten rid of the tanks and this was going to be Roach Ravager into like one tank plus reinforcing Marines, sure. Against multiple tanks that were still alive from the first push, I think it's better off to just drone and try and play a longer game. You know, you are on lair tech, right? So you have Roach speed, you know, it's not an impossibility. I think that would have been a much better option than anything else, honestly, as we do have the Marines and all the rest. Just going to be too much. DRG going to leave. He leaves on higher supply, but he just knows he doesn't have the tech to stay in the game because his opponent's also on 1-1. So DRG says, I'm not going to mess about. Let's just take this to a game number 3 instead. We'll get straight through to that, and that's going to be his plan of action. So we get that ready to go. And we are going to get straight into game 3, guys. How great is that? How great is that? Game 3 of DRG versus Bunny. Going to be on site Delta. Decide who gets this series. Roll the invites out, give it a moment to catch up. Alright guys, couple of moments. Got everyone in, just double checking. I think we are good to go into DRG Bunny round 3. So DRG pulls out the same build a couple times over now. Do we do the same again? I would heavily doubt it. I guess we'll find out in a moment. Let's jump into site Delta. Get this underway. In the top left-hand side, our red Terran able to adjust and defend the second time over. This is going to be Bunny. Taking on our blue Zerg in the bottom right corner of the map, we have ourselves DRG. We get this underway, we get this all started out. See what the plan is going to become. Have ourselves an Overlord currently journeying off over to the sides. Just going to go on a little bit of an adventure already. Nothing too surprising about that just yet. Obviously our Overlord is going to be our first thing to watch. There's another Overlord as well. There's no proxy though from Bunny. He's just building up the barracks and getting that ready to go here. Next depot down, we're obviously going to pop out, and that is going to give us some info. Bunny did not choose to SCV scouts, playing a little bit risky. As the Raven pops, just going to start moving over. There's maybe him making those switch ups, which is definitely not a bad thing. Obviously, can't really keep doing the same thing if Bunny did find such a good defense against it in the second time he did it. But yes, it's worked once, but he really shut it down hard the second time, so. Side Delta also not a quick, easy map to move across either, so another reason why it's worth taking your time about it. Everybody's going to go nibbling at this hatch. Nibble, nibble, nibble. Obviously, Ripper's just going to back it up. Yeah, cool to see a very different game now developing, right? With that third hatchery kind of play coming through, it's going to be completely different from DRG. It's funny because I don't even see DRG as much of a Roach player. To me, he's much more of a Ling Bane player, and he can be extremely good at playing Ling Bane as well. So, kind of a little bit surprised in terms of the fact that we're, yeah, a little bit surprised that DRG has been so Roach focused the first couple games. He's joining up, the second will come up the left-hand side. Hellions joining, and obviously as more Hellions pop. We're going to see the Liberator too. It's triple CC from Bunny, so pretty regular from him. Hellions all joining. Again, the Liberator is going to be finishing, so that will be an extra little way to harass and just trying to grapple some damage out of these early stages still. Hellions still going to be chilling here as our Medivacs... Sorry. As our Starport does get on over to the reactor, so we can start to get Medivacs ready to go in the future, because Stim's on the way too. That's really the next step. Stim, Medivacs, and all of that goodness is going to be where we take this as these Hellions continuing around. And for the moment. Back down onto the bottom side as we just have our Hellions going to try and run through. Uh-oh, they're going to get a little bit surrounded in. We can break out. We've got the DPS to get through the Lings on the left side. We take a lot of shots from the Queens during that process, but honestly, not the end of the world. The Hellions do continue to back away for the moment. It's just going to be on their way out of that. Stimpack, Siege Tank all coming through as well. We do have 4 more barracks coming up on the side of Bunny, so bringing those additional barracks into play. Our Hellions still joining up in the center. I'm going to go for a little bit of a dodge forwards onto Creep. The was firing, and a couple more drones go down. Still got our 1-1 upgrades coming about. Our Hellions going to back it up once again. Those things still coming through and obviously getting zapped up a little. I mean, nice though. Obviously able to get through. Liberator and Hellions combined, dealing some damage. Puts you in a reasonable spot so far. Still looking healthy. this point in time, as we have our SCVs will repair up, and our 4th base of DRG is dropping down. Bunny, again, all those upgrades coming through that will empower him to potentially make some larger attacks out and about on the map. So we're getting towards a point where that's going to be more apparent. We're not there with it just yet. One combat shield coming through. The Hellions continue to move around. The Marine's going to be there. We have got the lab finishing. The upgrades still continuing about. And the Hydra Den is building on through also. It's just getting that Hydra Den up and running with the 2-2 upgrades and the bailing speed. Everything looking cozy. Medevac's going to come across. Marines and tanks will gather together. We are going to stem forwards. Jump onto a bunch of these queens right there. Smashing over, Marines taking some damage, and we will have ourselves the 2-2 Bane speed continue to come about. The Ling Bane all coming up, the Queen as well. And we have ourselves the Marines still pulling out over to this far right hand side. There's a lot of creep going down. As you do see those Zerglings being picked off, Overlords are going down as well, so we continue to play cleanup here. Bunny on a good push. However, how much further can you get, right? Because now the base that's really important is on the far left side. This is not really a great place to be. Like, yeah, you're kind of holding the natural ramp, but I feel like there's only so much you can gain from that. It's a big Ling counterattack that Bunny has to handle now with his reinforcements, but tank on the high ground, Lings and Marines nearby. So far, so good. Another Overlord is going to donate itself. DRG is already supply blocked, so that's only going to be worsened by the Overlord making a misplay there. Marines unloading one more time as we reset ourselves. Drilling claws still coming up. 2-2 upgrades coming about. Marines still trying to poke away onto the Evo chambers. Queens are coming back across. Marines still taking some hefty damage. We go back and forth here. Tank really putting in the work on those queens. Drilling claws, 2-2 upgrades coming about. The Ling Bane ready to dive in on this right hand side. Bane coming over, Marines all joining together. We are going to have those Marines lifting up. The tanks will get cleaned up. DRG is finally going to get the cleanup. The only thing I will say is, like I say, how important was this location? Well, the 5th wants to be here, but the creep is still kind of advancing forwards through the center. This left side base is creep in front of it as well. Maybe not as much as you'd like, but I feel like DRG, if he'd been a bit better kind of at creeping and so on throughout this, he actually would be in a pretty okay spot right now. A lot of the Marines and Medevacs work their way down the left-hand side. The Medevacs and the Marines on the right side are going to relocate a little bit. We do stem it up. We're going to fight against some of that Ling Bane Hydra as well. DRG now going to be slowed on upgrades too. And without that +2 melee, he's going to be hurting at the moment. That Evo Chamber loss does impact him as these Marines getting dangerously close to kind of running into Banelings there. They were kind of just running forwards and kind of disregarding all potential splash damage, so a little scary, not gonna lie. Something we should be a little bit more cautious about, perhaps. We have Marines are gonna get jumped on by Ling Bane Hydra here, so that's just gonna be a chase up the right side as well. And these other few Marines just unloading once again. More Marines now coming down the left. Getting ready to just miss some more of the creep spread at the moment. I wouldn't mind trying to line up some shots onto, again, Ling Bane Hydra forces. The army continues to press through. The few Lings are going to get shot at. Queen's coming about. Bane's coming about. Marines are going to split backward here. We still have ourselves Ling Bane Hydra coming through on the other side of the map. Just going to get settled. It's a lot of Ling Bane. Still crashing on forwards. Byun on the bottom side. Coming through as well. Our Hydra's still trying to push through. Widowmine shot aiming for the Overseer, but doesn't go off. Hatchery will fall, however, and DRG loses his 4th base. But he's pushed the 3rd base away from the Terrans. I mean, that's something. He did have this base on the right side build, and it's not saturated yet, but It means we're still 4 bases all together right now against the 4 bases of the opponent. A little bit of creep here is still active and allowing these bases to get the jump on some of those Marines. And that's going to help to actually push this back, and finally DRG is going to have a proper defense made. But Bunny continuing to look good for now. This group is wild, by the way. If Bunny wins here and he's also going to be at the top of the group with Creator, like, this group is just not looking anything like expected. Obviously, Rain on Heroes still have a bunch of their games to play, but yeah, getting crazy in here is our Bioforce. We'll try and trade out a little bit. We do have our Lings, our Hydras coming forwards. 3-3 coming about, Ghost Academy building, Starport coming through, Marines on the bottom side. We'll go forwards and just go and get rid of the Overlord and the Overseer. DRG is still pushing. Tell you what I'm surprised by. He never replaced +2 melee. I wonder if he even realized that it didn't finish. I'm surprised he never goes back into it. Building missiles now, maybe he just doesn't see the value in the melee upgrade at this point, but I mean, I understand he's also kind of been losing out. He's been trying to keep up, so if you want to get missile upgrades, getting melee alongside it would then be very expensive for the situation he's been put in. Just, like I say, kind of surprising. I'll come back over the right, and there's a few changelings there that could maybe be picked off. We get 1, 2, and 3 of them. Lurk is still lingering on this right side, and I'm going to shoot immediately as Bunny tries to advance forward. So no progress going to be able to be made there. Do you see additional libs coming out? The Ghost Soul coming through. +3 attack upgrade is coming about as well. We have the Ghost Cloaking also on the way, so an additional upgrade. It's just going to help Bunny later in this game. And that's the question. How well set up will the Terran be now versus the Zerg? For the fact that it has been Bunny to find a lot of the success points in this game. You know, the last few minutes have really been about Bunny this and Bunny that. He's killed this base, or he's denied that base. Bunny has done a lot of things to, like I say, put himself into a great spot so far. The Bioforce back at the top. The Wingbane Hider going to come running. Widowmines lining up, and a few Zerglings already starting to drop. The Viper's coming through as well. Parasitic Bomb goes off on a medevac. Gets split away from immediately, so great job of reducing splash damage on the pack of medevacs here. A medevac does die, but basically no other damage taken, so obviously it's nice to get a free medevac kill, but you're kind of hoping to kind of bring the other medevacs low, and eventually over time you kill those medevacs off, and that can be a pretty big swing moment in the game. I'm still pushing Wingbane Hydra coming through. Those lurkers get burrowed up once again. CCs, tanks all on the way up. The Ghosts building as well. That's going to be the nice contract coming through. As they also have Neo Steel Armor coming through as well in the other engineering bay. The Splandry actually goes down. It's the kind of stuff the plane will help with. But yeah, nice to actually get a grab on this base. Actually goes the right direction for you as DRG. And a base kill, slowing down some of that Terran economy, stopping from building a bank. Do have multiple CCs in the top right, however. Again, kind of the price of just kind of being behind. Snipes coming off. We're going to get rid of a few of these lurkers so far. Continuing to punch through. Okay, we are able to kind of push back there. The Ling's going to come double check on this left side base, which is about to be an orbital, so Ling run-bys will be very effective on it still. Bunny sort of says, I've had enough of kind of taking damage. I'm going to push. He has a 30 army supply lead. He's playing off less workers, giving him a little bit more chance to be ahead on army supplies. This first Liberator is going to actually still not go down. Snipes coming through. Get rid of some of the Hydras, the Queens, the anti-air in general, and this Liberator is allowed to live. More and more Snipes keep on coming. The Lings, the Hydras, the Lurkers push on forwards. Banelings will come forwards. Blinding Clouds dropping down. Tanks are going to get cleaned up as well as the Bio will continue to fight. This Lurker's still firing away. Zergling's still taking damage. continue to kite all the way back. Those Marauders really having to retreat on further and further. Bunny knocks DRG down to 160 supply, so even looking better right now. He's firing away. Lings and Hydras coming up. Lurkers as well. It's going to be seeing our Bio Force standing and trading in a concave against these Hydras. The couple Lurkers that are around are just not doing enough damage. And the Hydras go down. DRG is going to fall as Bunny gets the series victory at 2-1. Big win for Bunny, man. He keeps putting himself in a really good spot in this group stage. He is now going to be 4-1. His only loss being to Hero, which really ain't so bad either. And so Bunny has left to play Creator and Raynor. Honestly, seems like a really good situation for him. Bunny is looking good so far, as he will be 4-1 in this group stage of the Warditv Korean Royale. Well, guys, we do have one more series left to come today, and that's going to be between Byun and Solar. So we're going to get this one lined up in just a couple of moments. Get this ready to rumble into game number 1, which will be on Oceanborn. I'll get the hosts ready. We'll get this set up. It'll just be a couple of moments, and we should be able to go into Byun Solar TVZ. Invite. Inviting everyone we can. +1 melee made a difference. Yeah, I think you just couldn't really find the fights at all. Like, the Lurkers didn't ever seem scary. It's a pretty bad position when your Lurkers don't even ever seem scary, right? Like, that feels just terrible. Lurkers are meant to be terrifying. I've got water in my mouth, sorry guys. Let's give it about 30-40 seconds. We're going to kick off into this Byun Solar match, guys. One more best of 3 today. As we look to round out today's Korean Royale action. And tomorrow we'll be live with some Stars Wall content as well, so make sure you check around for that. Should be good. Looking forward to it. I think we're good to start. Let's do this. Byun versus Solar. That's best of 3 today. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, of course. Appreciate you all being here. Enjoying the tournament. Do consider supporting, because we can't run these things without you guys. Let's get into it. As in the top left-hand side, our blue Terran player. This is going to be from the Shopify Rebellion, Byun. Taking on in the bottom right-hand corner, the red Zerg player. This is going to be Vitality's Solar. Map one of our best of 3. We get this underway. Excited to see what's in store for us. Byun and Solar almost always play pretty fun and entertaining games against one another, so definitely feel like this could be pretty darn cool. As you do get both those barracks down onto the low ground. It's going to be a Reaper-based opening. I will say the Reaper openings have not been super pretty lately. I would not say they've been super great. So very intrigued that Byun is going to opt for the Reaper opening here. Because, yeah, would not, like I say, would not have really said that I Yeah, that's been just successful lately. He did it the other day as well, and it got completely hard shut down. And then had it yesterday a little bit too. Also didn't go very well. Reapers just have not been the kind of the flavor of the month at all. It's been a hot second since these Reaper openings have been decent, as we have a couple of Reapers and the Orbital coming about. And obviously the Overlord is about to confirm this. In the next couple of moments, we'll see both the barracks at the front door. And already scene 1 is a pretty good indicator, but scene number 2 is really just the complete confirmation. There's still a little bit of complication in terms of what this can be. How many Reapers do you build? You know, how many do you set up? Right now, a couple of Reapers coming out. CC and the refinery coming in. Have our Reaper coming across this right-hand side. Going to go after the Lings and the drone a little bit. So, just going to come through. Firing it up. Ling's going to come back around. Reaper taking some shots. It's going to be Reaper 4 on the way. So, oh, was that Reaper 3 just popped out? Sorry, it was Reaper 3 that just popped out. So, 3 Reapers is going to be the number that we play with here, which is obviously one of the more standard amounts. Like I say, sometimes 4 Reaper can be kind of cool and interesting, but not going to go there with this one. As our Reapers hop to the high ground, hop back down. Zerglings will continue to take some damage. Actually lose a Reaper as well, so it's already not going super well. It was Gumiho against Dark that did this as well the other day, I think. And Gumiho just got a little bit too caught up in trying to find success, like a little bit too excited about that, you know, the fact that things were kind of working. And these 2 Reapers back away. Let's just see ourselves. Hatchery still coming up, a few more drones coming about. Marine is still popping through. And Marine Stim coming about here. Starport is on the way. The reactor is building. A few extra drones are popping. We do currently have the few Zerglings of Solar heading back down to the bottom right-hand corner. Oh, we have got ourselves Lib Marines continue to come over here just for the moment. Reapers Hellions continue to come about. Our Stim Pack coming up as well. Melee upgrades coming in from those Weaver chambers, so still bringing those up. Again, that Stim Pack is going to be done in a moment or so. Medivacs Marines still popping. The refinery's coming up from Byun. We do have the Hellions still poking at the front here as well. Game is fairly just normal TVZ at the moment. Wouldn't say there's anything too fancy or too particular about this. Everything's looking pretty regular here just for now. As the Hellions will turn them to this hatchery on the bottom side. Uh-oh. Hellions get too aggressive though, and the Lings are going to come in and catch those, so they will get caught. That's going to be everything going down. Byun just not really even doing anything significant, just poking around on a hatch that wasn't ever really going to go down or anything. So what a shame, because those Hellions would be so useful to have alongside a Marine push. You know, just as an addition. They could tank, they could move into Hellbats maybe, even and tank even further. A bit of splash on Lings will never go amiss either. So these are things that you're really just missing out on simply for the fact that, well, you kind of gave up these Hellions to achieve absolutely nothing. And that's the sad reality of it. It was really just nothing gained. Now these Marines show up, and this hatchery will still take some damage, so maybe we will actually still get a kill on this. It will go down. And we have ourselves these Marines pushing up the high ground, going to get some creep spread, another Overlord in trouble. Okay, this little Marine push is absolutely delivering at the moment. Solar again going into those fast double Evo chamber upgrades. That's something that landed him in trouble against Bunny earlier on today. Trying to survive through with them at the moment, as I do see a few links coming across. The Marines and Medivacs get turned around once again. 1-1 coming through, combat shields. Like I say, those upgrades will be behind from Byun because souls are just so quick. Byun is really just sticking around here until the bitter end, as he's going to try and catch a Spore Crawler, which he'll get. This was worthwhile sticking around for, getting a Spore, a couple more lings. And you're still lifting up and leaving with pretty much the entirety of this drop, so nothing really lost over the course of all of that, as the 1-1 in the combat shield still coming up from Byun. Marines will come unloading once again. The Ling Bane continues to come about, chasing those Medivacs away so far. Couple Banes start getting knocked down. Oh, we just roll in though, and Byun forgets to pick the Marines back up. A little bit of a shame. Completely unnecessary loss. Did not need to lose that group of units, right? Is what this comes down to, so it's absolutely a shame. Oh, Marine's just gonna go and pick off a couple lings that are trying to see a little bit more of what's up as well. We continue to have ourselves the Medivacs and Marines holding out. 4th base on location already, so Byun's not afraid to play the macro game. And that's real nice and quick. Medivacs load up and get going straight away. Tanks and Marines all still popping out here as we have ourselves 3 more tech labs coming up from Byun. The Circles will pick their way through this set of rocks. Still got Marines and Medivacs up top hanging out. +1 vehicle weapons coming through. The 2-2 upgrades all coming in. He's going to dive forwards. A few crew tumors already being picked away. We actually get up top. We're going to get rid of a queen. Another queen taking damage as well as we load up and escape. Byun just still at this point where he's just trying to keep up the pressure, right? Keep on attacking with these Marines and so on. He's going to start switching into the Ghost Academy behind this, so he gets the setup for the later game up and rolling. Ghost Academy coming through, the 2-2 coming about, concussive shells, +1 vehicle weapons, all being established right now. The extra Banes get morphed in. As our tanks gather up to the top, the command center going to lift off, move away to the sides. And Hydra will come through, eating up a set of rocks, and there's another set of rocks over here as well in some trouble. Roll Grand, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 57-month resub. Hope you're doing amazingly. Thank you so much for supporting today. Huge resub. Coming up to 5 years. Incredible. Thank you so much. Ghosts are popping out. There's the 2-2 coming through. Oh, Marine's going to find the Lurgaden. Well, the benefits of staying aggressive. Don't tell me we get the spawning pool as well. That's disgusting. Lurgaden, spawning pool. All of the production that you really want to be building at the moment goes down. And that's a Lurgaden that did not upgrade any of the Lurker upgrades yet. That's a spawning pool that did not finish adrenal glands. Bane Hydra settles into the center. As that burrow gets set up. Well, I like the fact that we're getting even more tools available to Solo, but he's definitely going to be hemorrhaged a little bit going into this switch that he was aiming for. 3-3 coming through, the Ghost on the way. Vikings are coming out as well. Laying Bay and Hydra still moving around the upper right. These few Marines are going to come through as well. It's going to go run into the hatch. Again, just going to keep damage up. I mean, Solar has a lot of the map. Creepers everywhere. But if there's someone that can play a very long game, honestly, Byun is that kind of that guy. This is the sort of TVZ he can absolutely step up and play. Coming over, just going to get rid of these creep tumors. I mean, obviously, any pushback you can get is decent here, but Byun is in for the long haul, and I think he knows it as well. All those CCs, look at this protective planetary in front of your planetary, naturally. Byun is, like I say, he's surprisingly good at these long turtley games because you don't expect him to be, because it's just not Byun's style, but it's something he really became very good at over the last 2 to 3 years. He's definitely something he refined. His ability to play long TVZ is absolutely up there with the very best, so like I said, I think he's kind of realizing that he's penned in. There's not really a lot of options for him apart from just playing into the longer game, and that's why all the CCs are coming up. The later game preparations are being made. I think Byun Hydra wants to run through onto this army top side. Not quite going to get there. The Hydras will turn around onto the command center, and again, Byun's currently biggest struggle is a 5th base. You get a base 5, and then you get to do a jive. That's the saying. Because base 5 really means that the Terran economy is alive, and well, and really set up for a long future. As the Banelings continue through, Fueling's going down. Command center in the front's going to get finished off. That's a kill from Solar, so there's something of a little benefit coming through there. Solar is kind of throwing units at Byun here. This is already 3,000 resource loss difference, a little further than that. So Solar does have to have some amount of efficiency in mind, and again, that's why this 5th base is important from Byun. Puts you in an economic position where you can really handle a lot of what the Zerg has thrown at you on repeat. So that just improves your game plan kind of tenfold. Three still coming up. Byun Hydra trying to get onto this base again. It will lift and relocate. Lurkers will fire up at the planetary fortress. Goes are going to come sniping from the side, and the Lurkers hitting the wrong thing, so the Goes are getting free snipes, no stopping them. And this creep spread is so far forward, though. Obviously taking a moment to clean some of it out right now is Byun, but nothing to stop Solar re-establishing some of it, and the Lurkers are going to come straight back into this position, so still looking to be aggressive, going to be reinforced by Bane. His little group of Ghosts now might be in some trouble as well. That forward planetary fortress will eat up some of the Banelings, so it does pull its weight. And as we do keep the other base alive, so the mining base is still healthy. Yeah, that forward planetary absolutely did what it needed to there. Queen's trying to wander in, but the Bio going to get rid of a bunch of them. Still a bit of lurker play coming about on the right side. We get snipes up in the skies, Overseer going down. This army of Solar is still ready to advance further forward. Medivacs will load up once more. The Ghosts are going to relocate across. And Solar is ready to pull a trigger into this location. Again, for Solar, he just wants to keep throwing units. He wants to keep trading out. He wants to try and knock bases down, though. Like, having the Terran on 5 is okay. Knocking him down a 4 would be incredible for some of these trades and being able to kind of justify the investment. These tanks putting in work, by the way. Yeah, this guy on the high ground has 36 kills. Pretty significant. So they are doing a lot as the Bio comes through, finishes up a hatchery. Back over, going to get some creep tumors in the process. And there's extra liberators and tanks all still producing on by. Medivacs load back up, peeling away once more. Still getting ourselves a few more Vipers coming through, the Bane coming out. Those Lurkers are going to unburrow and go elsewhere. Getting reach at the front, and that is going to be a incoming Sensor Tower denied, so Byun not going to be able to keep on top of the vision of his opponent's army movement as easily as he might like. A few more snipes. 23 actually sniped a changeling there, which I don't think is intentional. That's a bit of a waste. And they hit tanks, which is still damage, but obviously not guaranteed kills. Those tanks can be repaired back up. still pushing down. We're going to have our Nidus network built into the main base. Well, Nidus is just one way that Solo has not really been able to, you know, get damage done just yet. Going to try it now as the Nidus will go down. Just 3 missiles coming through. The Spire still building. Hatchery coming online. A lot of creep around the map as well. How bad it's going to go coming away on the Nidus. We are going to be seeing a couple of tanks getting blinding clouded there. Army still moving through. Bane's going to crash in for SCVs. The Ghost and all the rest of it. Hydras will continue to come about. Now jumping onto this orbital command as we will see that dropping low. 58 lings, 4 Hydras. The Spire about to be done. Sola has denied this 5th base. Without a 5th, Byun is going to start struggling. Economy. Main and natural mined out. 3rd on its way. 4th is fine. But the 5th, you would still have a comfortable eco here. Now as Byun, you're in a big spot of trouble. You gotta find a way to restabilize essentially at this point. I think is what it comes down to. I don't think there's an easier answer than just getting set back up. Extra tanks coming about, the plating coming through. I mean, we do have just again every base on the map taken by Sola. Byun just can't seem to get control of this. As you are going to see Sola able to just launch another huge wave of units in, and difficult to see Byun coming out of this successfully, as we do have snipes coming on across the board. So it's just not the place you want to be, I think, at the end of the day. This is absolutely Byun in too much trouble. Way more than he bargained for, and this game 1 is very quickly getting away from him here. Fire will come across, gonna hit this hatchery, take this out. Lings on this top side base while that left side base takes a beating too, so even more SCVs going down. Byun is on, I want to say, his last legs. I mean, 26 workers does not exactly bode well for a long drawn out game. As the current issue is +1 flyer attack will be coming through here. Some Ling Bane splits away to the side. And 9 additional lurk is still producing through, and we just have our +1 flyer attack coming in as well. A couple Lings burrowed up here and there. And lurk is coming through, our Bane Hydra coming about. We get ready to go one more time. I don't really imagine that we do anything other than well, Solo's just gonna keep sending it. I mean, basically, can Byun eventually ever defend? Honestly, I just don't see what Byun does to make this suddenly be like good enough for him, you know? On the roads, parasitic bombs. It's just getting more dangerous for Byun. Each and every fight is more and more dangerous than the last. Solo's kind of running out of minerals, but he's also got the entire map to mine from, so his mineral income is absolutely high enough that it just doesn't matter. He will be able to build off. He doesn't need a bank because he can just build off of his, his income. If Byun was to deny a couple of bases and like 30, 40 drones, maybe he could actually get Solo in some trouble. The problem is that's just a big question to ask. You know, that's a big ask for a scenario like this where Byun can't even move onto the map. Snipes, Overseer's going down. Hydra's going to get littered and snipes there as well, although a bunch of the units did get away. Again, trying to minimize the efficiency of the Terran somewhat. Don't let him get free snipes off if avoidable. 17,000 resource loss difference. The banelings that are morphing get cancelled up by the snipes as well. Byun has to lift up, run away. That's the issue. You're constantly running. You're never able to take a fight and keep on fighting, it seems. Definitely is one of the problems right here and now. As our army still pushes up, the Lings are still going to be here. Bane and Hydra pushing in as well. We just have Sola, again, a complete and total grasp on this game right now. This is not going anywhere quickly. So Byun, becoming a little bit difficult to cast because there's only so many ways in which you can say Byun is dead. without just feeling overly negative. But right now, Byun is kind of dead. Is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. First spike coming up, 9 more corruptors. Okay, well, I like this because from solo, this is a little bit of a tech switch that could actually just kill Byun. You know, it allows him to create an army that allows you to just kind of actually push through and make the finishing blow rather than Byun just about being able to hang on in there. Because Byun does not have the answer to Broodlords outside of outside of Ghost, which Ghost can only do so much as well if there's the introduction of Infestors and so on and all the rest. I mean, there's ways to handle the Ghost as the answer to Broods, so Byun is trying to hit this base, like I say, take down a couple bases and a bunch of drones, and maybe that would be your way back in. So Questine does have a bit of money banked up as he's going to make the Broods, 54 Zerglings. That's him more or less maxed out again. Byun definitely, like I say, making the right kind of plays. He's getting a little bit of progress made because obviously Solo's made the Broodlords, so the Broodlords have been taking a little bit while to get up, so it gives Byun a moment to actually break out and it's time to go after bases. The problem is now you're going after bases, you're going to lose some units in the process, and the net gain is crap. Now my opponent has Broodlords to use against me, which is not really all too pretty. That's not fun. And Bane's going to continue over Broods as well. And how they're coming about, just going to be seeing our Vipers ready to abduct in as well, or whatever they feel like their best option is. Quite a few snipes and quite a lot of Broods going down. Solo, though, will crash through on the ground. Crashing in from 2 different sides. These tanks will be dropping. That might just be all she wrote for Byun, because Byun does not really have much army left. He does not really have many workers left. Apparently we're going to wait for one more reinforcement wave, although Lurker's already here, and these Marines might just have to lift into the medevacs. There you have it. GG's going to be called, and Solar is going to take game 1 of this best of 3. Solar opening the matchup with a victory. If Byun loses this, guys, I mean, Byun is, what, 1-3 in the group? He would go to 1-4, and he would probably have to beat Raynor and Hero to advance into playoffs, or to even have a chance of advancing. It wouldn't even be guaranteed at that point. Well, that could be pretty wild. Thank you so much, ENM7 gifting us up to Toss Player GM. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Lazy Sapien, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the 32-month resub also. Thank you very much indeed. As Solar takes game number 1 here of this best of 3. Game 2 coming up on Alcyone in just a moment. I'm going to get this on the way as well. Alright guys, could be our last game of SC2 today. Again, we do have a Twitch bounty today, so afterwards we're going to be on the Twitch channel streaming PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, the classic Erangel. I can't say the map name. The old school map is back, and it's got some of the old stuff on it, so we're going to go do that. So we're going to play that for about an hour afterwards. If you can stick around on the Twitch channel, it helps out a whole bunch. It helps to support the channel, basically a free way to support. Stick around, your viewership counts as turned into dollars essentially. So do stick around for that if you can afford to. Just leave the stream on. Obviously that will not happen on the YouTube channel. YouTube will just go offline when this series ends. But if you want to come and support for free, open up the Twitch channel in the background. Like I say, every view actually counts towards that sponsorship. So all you have to do is watch. All you've got to do is watch. Alright, let's head into game number 2 of this best of 3 Byun Solar. Let's get this going. As we have got ourselves in the top right-hand corner, the blue Terran player down a game. This is Byun. Taking on in the bottom left, our red Zerg from Vitality. We have ourselves Solar. So game number 2, as we have an Overlord. Moving out into the center. It's going to come wandering forwards here on our Signe for our second game of this series. Solar in this tournament thus far is currently 1-2, so also kind of in need of a win. Trader and Bunny really hogging all the victories in this group up until now. Unbelievable. Hogging all the wins. So we do have the Overlord heading to the upper right side. Slowly journeying across the map. Gun, no SCV scout. Let's go straight into the Reaper, so that's going to be his starting point right now. Gets that up and running. Reaper coming about, again, Command Center coming through, Depot and a couple Queenslings as well, all getting built up for the moment. Bringing this in so far. Reaper's gonna fight. Lings is gonna come over. A couple Queens still on the way through. CC's coming up. We got Factory on the way. Reaper taking a shot. Our Hatchery still coming about. Let's do have our Reaper. Just gonna try and poke through for as much damage as possible. Things just going to come about. Link speed is coming through. Command Center and the Starport coming in. Byun is going to have that triple CC set up on his way to the Starport to get a little bit of aggro going alongside it as well. Aliens popping down. Do you have our Viking coming up? A couple of Hellions coming in, Viking on the way, Link speed, drones, Queens, all popping up at the moment. The Reaper and the Hellions get pushed back out into the center. Game is really quite peaceful at the moment. Our Stimpack just coming through on the side of Byun, the Liberator, and a couple Hellions coming about as well. The Viking gonna go shooting at this Overlord straight away. Impact coming up, the Lib coming out, and the Rax and the Reactor continuing through. Couple depots at the front, and the Hellions and the Reaper will continue to set around in the center. Will be attacking. Queen's taking some damage. We just have ourselves the engineering bays and barracks all still coming up. The Hellions back through the middle of the map. team back is obviously just coming through, and that Baneling Nest is going to start up as well, so we continue to get that underway. One comes up, stim pack on the way out. Again, a couple of barracks building through. The Lings on a little counterattack and to find some SCVs. This forces the Hellions to turn around as well, which is nice. The Viking over there went down, and Solar is just keeping track of Byun's army at the moment so far. Pretty good job of things, getting rid of a few of those SCVs as well, so damage is adding up, and Byun is already feeling like he might be under some pressure here. Again, the 1-1 coming up on the engineering base. The Liberator still coming through. The Queen's going to get in position. That Liberator will already take damage. Flip sieges between the bases. As again, we have ourselves 1-1 combat shield. Continue to come through. The Medivacs are on the way up. Staying speed, carapace. All on the way by for the moment. The Hellions and Reaper just going to go attacking onto the hatchery. It's going to take this down. Try and take this out. Should go down fairly soon as we just see the Zerglings though. Uh-oh. It's going to get a wraparound here, and these Hellions are going down. It's the second game where Byun's going to lose his Hellions fairly early on for not much gain. That's scary, right? Because now, with Hellions dead, you have so much less map control. You have so much less, ways to manage the creep spread and everything. That really sucks. That really does suck. Marines and Medivacs continue to come about. Just going to see a couple of creep tumors going down once again. Armory finishing, factory coming through. Creep tumors still getting picked away as our Marines can get back to the watchtower. Bane comes over. We are going to have ourselves the Marines probably going to get lifted back up here in just a sec. Taking that watchtower. Still got the Medivacs coming back down to the bottom side from the Marines. Hive building from Solar as well. Overseas just building up. 20 more Lings in production. Overlord speed finishing as well. Hands crash into them Marines and damage is done. Ling Bane just going to pull back now. Still got ourselves 2-2 upgrades on the way out. Filling claws coming through. Solar just already kind of stacked up on a lot of Ling Bane. Again, feels like Byun has just had a bit of a rough start. He's actually going to get caught here perhaps. What does this Widow Mine do? Not much. Good fight from Solar already, just splitting from that Widow Mine. Fourth base is just able to lift up and get away. Was obviously trying to morph into a planetary. More mines. Not really doing too much just yet. Each of these mines just dying before they can fire, so no damage being dealt from the Widow Mines. That's obviously a little bit of a problem as these Marines will stand and try and fight, but there's so much Zerg. We're going to have reinforcing Lings. Fortunately, no more Banelings, and that means that Byun may be able to hold on a little bit. So we're just going to get a few more SCVs as he pulls back away. And Byun trying to get that drilling claws up and running, trying to get that back online. There's the Banelings, though, so there is going to be a wave of Banes right now to test the waters and to see if we can make some progress. See if we can actually bust through. And is Solar thinking there's potential to end this game right now? Well, Byun certainly is. Byun certainly is. He's just going to GG straight out. GG's in Solar 2. Byun 0. Byun just might be eliminated from the tournament with that, honestly. He has to win against Reno and Hero to have a chance of making playoffs. That's obviously just not ideal in the slightest. Alrighty guys, that's going to wrap us up for the StarCraft 2 today. Thank you so much for joining us for the SC2. I really appreciate you all being here. In terms of YouTube, we are just going to turn the YouTube stream off right now after a quick ad. So thank you so much for watching on YouTube. We'll be back next week with some more YouTube live streams on StarCraft 2. If you're here on the Twitch channel, we are going to do some sponsored content. We are going to be playing PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds for the next 1 hour. And we used to play this way back when. So kind of excited to get back into it and play an hour of PUBG. We've got a lot of hours of this. We used to stream it a bunch as well. So this really, for me, is like a throwback Twitch bounty. So I'm very excited about that. Kind of getting to throw back a little bit. So again, if you're on YouTube, I'm going to cut you off now. Farewell, so long, goodbye. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching on the YouTube channel. A second, and we'll just actually turn it off. With the whole wave and everything. Hi, YouTube. Turn the YouTube stream off. Beautiful stuff. We're doing it. Nice. End. Good job, guys. Good job, guys. Alright, YouTube's gone. Get rid of them. Ugh, having to like the video and stuff. Unbelievable.